Chapter 2670. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. He could feel the murderous intent in the eyes of the scaled ancient god. Humph. Fang Chen snorted coldly and turned his head to look elsewhere. Dong. 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 The void trembled and a powerful aura spread out. The black-robed man, Wu Yu, appeared out of thin air and landed in the center of the rostrum. Suddenly, many ancient Star Realm executives on the rostrum stood up and their faces changed. Greetings, Lord of the God-slaying island. Countless martial artists in the square exclaimed and there was an uproar. They widened their eyes and looked at the black-robed man with burning eyes. Is he one of the three great sovereigns? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He looked up at the void but did not find anything. Could it be that the white-robed woman is not one of the three great sovereigns? Fang Chen was a little curious. Just then, Wu Yu raised his hand and waved it gently. He then said, "The battle between the geniuses officially begins." Boom! Thunderous applause erupted in the square as countless martial artists cheered for him. As for the rewards for the Battle of the Geniuses, I've already told you about it. Those in the top 10 would receive a piece of rainbow divine gold. Those in the top 3 could choose any supreme divine skill. Those who could take first place would receive any of the 3 supreme divine skills. Such rewards were unprecedented. Everyone went crazy and trembled because of it. The rule of the battle between the geniuses is that there are no rules. When Wu Yu finished speaking, the martial artists in the god-slaying square were in an uproar. There were no rules. Didn't that mean that they could use all means to defeat or even kill their opponents? This also successfully gathered the cold murderous intent in the hearts of the two camps. The 7 little heavenly kings looked indifferent and did not take the experts of the ancient sages' camp seriously. A bunch of trash. The great heavenly king who led the group said coldly. Although his voice was soft, everyone present was an ancient god expert and they heard it instantly. Many experts of the ancient sages' camp were furious and wanted to attack, but Fu Huan waved his hand to stop them. If a dog wants to bite you, are you going to bite it back? If that's the case, what's the difference between you and dogs? Fu Huan grinned and said faintly, "That's right. Ha ha ha, we of the ancient sages' camp won't bother arguing with a mad dog. Let's wait for the battle of the geniuses to begin, and we'll see who's stronger." Awesome. This is the style of the strongest prodigy in our ancient sages' camp. Fu Huan's words won the applause of the audience. Countless martial artists cheered for him. The 7 little heavenly kings' faces changed slightly, and they turned to look at Fu Huan. "Do you know what you're saying?" The great Sky King asked indifferently. However, one could sense a trace of displeasure in his tone. "Of course I know." Fu Huan shrugged and said indifferently, "Forget it. The ancient sages' camp has always been like this. To think that they would fall so low that they only know how to talk. How laughable." The great heavenly king shook his head. "I hope you don't run into me during the battle. Otherwise, I, Chaos He-Eyes, will teach you a lesson." Arrogant and ignorant. Ying Xing's figure flickered. His eyes were full of sarcasm. The prodigies of the two camps were already exchanging blows before the battle officially started. This made many ancient gods who came to watch the battle even more excited. This year's Battle of the Geniuses can be considered the strongest one in history, right? So what? The ancient sages' camp is destined to be a stepping stone. The 7 little heavenly kings of Chaos He-Eyes are invincible. When this year's Battle of the Geniuses is over, there will be no more 4 great prodigies. Because they will have died at the hands of our prodigies. Many experts of the Chaos He-Eyes were clamoring. They were arrogant and domineering. Subconsciously, they treated the god-slaying island as the backyard of the Chaos He-Eyes. Regarding this, the higher-ups of the ancient sages' Chaos He-Eyes ignored them. 2-on-2 battle. After saying this, Wu Yu directly sat on the rostrum and closed his eyes to rest. It was as if the upcoming battle could not arouse his interest at all. Whoosh! A middle void ancient realm martial artist from the ancient sages' camp leaped onto the martial arts stage in the middle of the square. On the other side, a foreign race member from the He-Eyes camp also stepped onto the martial arts stage. Everyone had been assigned an opponent according to their registration number. Rather than calling it a battle of the geniuses, it was more like a battle between the younger generation of the two camps. Trash from the ancient sage's camp. Let me see what you're made of. The foreign race member from the Chaos Hei's roared. His body transformed into a ferocious beast and pounced on the prodigy from the ancient sage's camp. You're courting death. The prodigy from the ancient sage's camp said coldly. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light shot out from the long sword. The sword light carried a terrifying aura as it whizzed out and pierced towards the foreign race member from the Chaos Hei's. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the sword light shattered the foreign race member's defense and pierced through his body. Bang! His huge body flew out and fell onto the square. Cracks appeared on the ground. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Just as he was about to speak, he fell unconscious. Gushan Daoist wins. On the rostrum, a star ancient realm judge announced. Instantly, the ancient sage's camp erupted into cheers. Countless martial artists were mocking the Chaos Hei's camp. On the other hand, the Chaos Hei's camp was furious. Damn it! Kill that guy! An angry voice came from the Chaos Hei's camp. Then, the second round of the competition continued. Bang! This time, the foreign race member from the Chaos Hei's camp was too powerful. He punched out and shattered the void. Even the prodigy from the Chaos Hei's camp was killed instantly. The entire hall was shocked. Everyone widened their eyes and their hearts were filled with shock. The battle came wave after wave, back and forth. In almost every battle, there would be casualties. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 battles had taken place. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been watching the battle without blinking. So far, the Chaos Hei's camp has the upper hand, Fang Chen analyzed. Moreover, the 7 heavenly kings of the Chaos Hei's haven't appeared yet. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Venerable Snake stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a late-stage Void Ancient Realm foreign race member. Whoosh! The outsider took the initiative to strike first. He waved his hand, causing a green liquid to shoot out from his palm like raindrops, filling the air with trash. Venerable Snake's expression changed when he saw this. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Poochie! No matter how hard Venerable Snake tried to dodge, he was still hit by the green liquid. Hiss! The green liquid contained a strong corrosive power. It corroded Venerable Snake's flesh and blood. At the same time, Venerable Snake's face turned pale and his lips turned black. Poison! Fang Chen exclaimed. With a bang, Venerable Snake cut off one of his arms and barely stopped the poison from spreading. Before the foreign race member made a move, he admitted defeat. After returning to the square, the higher-ups of the Naga tribe gathered around. After checking carefully, they fell silent. The poison of 10,000 snakes. The faces of the Naga tribe darkened as they glared viciously at the foreign races who were flaunting their prowess on the martial arts stage. I thought the Naga tribe was strong. You can't even withstand the poison of 10,000 snakes. What a joke! The foreign race member sneered. After the judge announced the result, he left the stage. How despicable! Fang Chen was a little angry as he slowly walked up to Venerable Snake. The expert of the Naga tribe knew Fang Chen and nodded at him. I want to check on Venerable Snake's injuries. Fang Chen said. The higher-ups of the Naga tribe were reluctant, but they still allowed him to check. Fang Chen placed his finger on Venerable Snake's pulse and carefully examined it for a moment. Although the 1,000 snake venom is strong enough to harm the organs and even the primordial spirit of a void ancient god, fortunately, Venerable Snake dealt with it in time and cut off one of his arms, preventing the 1,000 snake venom from spreading, so the situation is not too bad, Fang Chen said. I have a way. Fang Chen added. Immediately, countless martial artists in the surroundings let out mocking voices. What a joke. A void ancient realm cultivator dares to say he can cure the poison of 10,000 snakes. Even a star ancient realm cultivator can't do anything about the poison of 10,000 snakes. Kid, don't talk nonsense. We can't waste time on Venerable Snake's injuries. Get out of the way. Even some elders of the Naga tribe expressed their dissatisfaction with Fang Chen. Chapter 2671. The thousand snake poison was extremely terrifying. Even a star ancient realm expert would not be able to cure it completely. With the strength of the Naga tribe, there was no way they could cure Venerable Snake. However, no matter how difficult it was, they had to try. But now, a guy whose cultivation level was lower than Venerable Snake's claimed that he had a way. If it were not for his good relationship with Venerable Snake, the higher-ups of the Naga tribe would have lost their temper. I know this guy. Isn't he the one who broke He Xian's record? That's right. It's him. I thought that since he entered the Void Ancient Realm at such a young age, his character would be impeccable. But now, it seems that he's just SOSO. H. Does he think that he can be so arrogant just because he broke He Xian's record? Let's wait and see. I'd like to see how he's going to cure the 1,000 snake poison. Many martial artists from the ancient sage's camp were dissatisfied with Fang Chen. On the other hand, the Sky Prides from the Black Swamp camp were also sneering. They thought that Fang Chen was too naive. He's just playing to the gallery. The 7 little heavenly kings sneered. Suddenly, Fang Chen became the target of public criticism. However, Fang Chen did not pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on Venerable Snake. I'm confident that I can cure the 1,000 snake poison in Venerable Snake's body. Fang Chen reiterated, if it weren't for Venerable Snake, based on what you said just now, I could just sit back and do nothing. Several elders of the Naga tribe wanted to get angry, but they were stopped by the patriarch. Young friend, do you really have a way? The Naga tribe elder asked in a deep voice. I only know that Venerable Snake will be in more danger if he's delayed for even a minute. Fang Chen shrugged. Many elders of the Naga tribe were shocked when they heard that. In the end, the patriarch of the Naga tribe weighed the pros and cons and handed Venerable Snake to Fang Chen. Then I'll have to trouble you. Fang Chen supported Venerable Snake. His palm shone with a dazzling light. Countless forces surged and entered Venerable Snake's body. Hiss, hiss. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Chen withdrew his palm. It's done. While everyone was waiting for him to find out how to cure the 10,000 snake poison, he actually said such words. You're done. Everyone was stunned. Soon after, they began to mock him. Especially the prodigies of the Black Swamp camp, they were even more sarcastic. As expected of a prodigy from the ancient sage's camp. Your tongue is really sharp. Even if we give him the antidote, it's impossible to completely expel the poison in one breath. This is great, isn't it a slap in the face? In the face of everyone's mockery, Fang Chen gave a strong counterattack. A bunch of idiots. You can't see through it, yet you're showing off your superiority. Fang Chen said coldly. His words completely enraged the people of the Black Swamp camp. Enough. Suddenly, the big shot Wu Yu on the rostrum opened his mouth. Instantly, the noisy square quieted down. Wu Yu's pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings before his gaze finally landed on Fang Chen. His eyes were burning, as if he wanted to see through the latter. The 10,000 snake poison is indeed gone, Wu Yu said after a long while. Boom. There was an uproar in the God Destruction Square. Countless martial artists were in a frenzy. They widened their eyes in disbelief. It's really gone. Gosh, what is this guy capable of? Isn't this too unbelievable? If it were anyone else, they would definitely scoff. But Wu Yu was different. As one of the 3 big shots of the God Destruction Island, his words were authoritative. Since he had spoken, no one would doubt him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. They were tongue-tied and could not believe that this was real. The 10,000 snake poison is gone. The upper echelons of the Naga tribe opened their mouths wide as they looked at revered Snake. The latter was originally very weak and pale. However, just as they were in shock, revered Snake's complexion had recovered. His weak aura had disappeared and he was full of energy. How do you feel? The elder of the Naga tribe asked anxiously. Thanks to Brother Fang for refining the 10,000 snake poison in my body. Otherwise, I would have died. Revered Snake was obviously very happy. Boom. Many martial artists were in a frenzy. refining the 10,000 snake poison with his own strength. Wasn't this too crazy? In the Dark Marsh camp, many of the Sky Prides looked at Fang Chen with a serious expression. Especially the 7 little heavenly kings. They frowned and stared at Fang Chen. Before the genius battle began, the supreme expert of the Dark Marsh chaotic army told them that they had to kill Fang Chen at all costs. At that time, they did not care. An early Void Ancient Realm guy was not worthy of their attention. But now, it seemed that it was completely different. This guy is very mysterious. He must be hiding some secrets. The 7 little heavenly kings looked at each other with murderous intent. Although the people in the square were still in shock, the genius battle continued. Many people's attention was no longer on the martial arts stage. Fang Chen had become the most dazzling existence. Is this the 10,000 snake poison? Fang Chen looked inside his body. In his organs, there was a black ball of light with green liquid inside. Master, the 10,000 snake poison is very terrifying. Revered snake was not deeply poisoned, so I was able to refine it. The Xuanming's heart said, if a star ancient realm cultivator used it, revered snake would have died. Fang Chen nodded, feeling a little excited. You mean, I can use the 10,000 snake poison in battle? Fang Chen asked anxiously. That's right. I have completely restrained the 10,000 snake poison. When Master needs to use it, you can release it. The Xuanming's heart said. Will revered snake suffer any side effects? Fang Chen asked. Don't worry. After I refined the 10,000 snake poison, I also injected the carnate Yiwood Qi into his body. His injuries have healed, and he is full of energy. He is better than before he was injured. The Xuanming's heart said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was finally relieved. At the same time, he glanced at the many Sky Prides from the Blackpool camp, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. One battle after another went on, and it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was Fang Chen's turn on the 4th day. It's Fang Chen. He's finally going to fight. This guy broke He Xian's record and refined the 10,000 snake poison by himself. I wonder what kind of miracle he will bring us this time. I'm really looking forward to this guy's battle. The Sky Prides from the ancient sage's camp were full of expectations for Fang Chen. The Blackpool camp, on the other hand, was full of anger toward him. Deng! Deng! From the Blackpool camp, a humanoid monster with a head full of tentacles ascended the stage. Tentacle dragon? It's actually him. The Sky Prides from the ancient sage's camp exclaimed when they saw the tentacle dragon. The tentacle dragon's cultivation was at the late Void Ancient Realm, but its combat strength had surpassed all other martial artists in the same realm. I wonder if Fang Chen can handle it. He's so unlucky to encounter the tentacle dragon in his first battle. How is he going to fight? Many people were not optimistic about Fang Chen, thinking that the gap between them was too big. Kid, you're quite capable. The tentacle dragon looked at Fang Chen mockingly as if it was looking at its prey. Fang Chen was calm and composed, his expression indifferent. Seeing that Fang Chen was ignoring it, the tentacle dragon was completely enraged. Let's see if you'll still be as courageous as you are now when I twist your head off. The tentacle dragon roared, and all the tentacles on its head surged wildly toward Fang Chen with a trembling aura. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. Are you scared out of your wits? This voice came from the Blackpool camp. Their faces were full of mockery. You were just showing off your eloquence, but now you're scared out of your wits. The ancient sage's camp martial artists were full of worry. Why isn't he dodging? Many people stomped their feet, and they were all anxious for Fang Chen. Fu Huan and the others also frowned slightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. Idiot! When the countless tentacles were about to touch his body, a voice suddenly came out of Fang Chen's mouth. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. These 2 words completely enraged the tentacle dragon. It controlled its tentacles with all its strength and stabbed at Fang Chen. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a terrifying black light suddenly shot out from Fang Chen's body. Then, raindrops fell from the sky. Green raindrops instantly fell on the tentacle dragon's body. The poison of 10,000 snakes. There were exclamations in the God-slaying square. Chapter 2672. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Just as the Dark Marsh Chaos Prodigy's tentacle dragon was about to attack, Fang Chen activated the snake venom in his body and sprinkled it on the tentacle dragon. Hiss! The 1,000 snake poison was too strong, and it was difficult for an ancient god of the void ancient realm to resist. Previously, Venerable Snake had only been contaminated a little because he was well prepared. This time, the tentacle dragon's tentacles were completely contaminated by the 1,000 snake poison. More importantly, the tentacle dragon was his most important source of power, and it was instantly corroded by the 1,000 snake poison. A miserable scream came out of his mouth. His face was ferocious, and the tentacles on his head were broken. White foam came out of his mouth, and his body swayed. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle dragon, who was admired by thousands of people, died on the martial arts stage. Whoosh! The god-slaying square was filled with exclamations. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could Fang Chen have the 1,000 snake poison? Could it be? A crazy idea popped up in everyone's mind. Even the many-star ancient realm experts on the rostrum looked at Fang Chen. His body can store the 1,000 snake poison? It was unimaginable. It was simply unimaginable. The 1,000 snake poison, which could make an ancient god of the void ancient realm pale, was stored in this guy's body. Moreover, it was absorbed from Venerable Snake's body. How strong and courageous did it take? It was crazy. Damn it. In the Black Lake camp, the people of the tentacle dragon clenched their fists and were furious. But there was nothing they could do. Wu Yu was on the rostrum, and they did not dare to cross the line. We must kill this guy. Even if we cut him into pieces, it won't be enough to relieve our hatred. He'll suffer a fate worse than death. We must make him suffer a fate worse than death. Extremely angry voices came from the Black Lake camp. The ancient sage's camp was jubilant. At the same time, everyone completely recognized Fang Chen, and thought that he had the strength to be in the top 10. Fu Huan and the other 3 supreme talents looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Many elders of the Naga tribe were even more dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? A certain elder muttered in a daze. He rubbed his eyes hard and stared at Fang Chen. The Venerable Snake's poison of 10,000 snakes had not only been refined, but it had also been secretly stored in his body. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, this move was too beautiful, too satisfying. On the rostrum, Wu Yu smiled as he looked at Fang Chen. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was not luck that allowed that guy to break He Xian and the Marushan Hermit's records. Regardless of potential or strength, you are at the top. If you can get into the top 5, it will be easy for us to report back. Wu Yu thought to himself and chuckled. After the referee announced the result, Fang Chen leaped to the bottom of the martial arts arena. Immediately, he was surrounded by many geniuses. Many people were chatting with him, trying to make friends with him. Those who had looked down on Fang Chen and even spoke rudely wanted to find a hole to hide in. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fang Chen was a dragon among men. He had created an unprecedented record and was destined to reach the life ancient realm in the future. It was the wisest choice to make friends with him now. Even the 4 prodigies, who had been standing in the front row as if it had nothing to do with them, walked up to Fang Chen. I admire you. Fu Huan cupped his fists and said, Nice to meet you. I am Fu Huan of the Flaming Bull tribe. Fu Huan's name has long been well known, Fang Chen said politely. Fu Huan was tall, and his body was surrounded by a layer of flame. As expected of the supreme talent of the Flaming Bull tribe. His control of fire has reached the extreme, Fang Chen thought to himself. Ying Xing, from the Wind Shadow tribe. Ying Xing, who was dressed in black, nodded gently. After that, Daoist Bantan and Lord Mental Demon also greeted Fang Chen one after another. After this battle, Fang Chen was recognized as the #1 dark horse in this competition. At the same time, he was also highly acclaimed as the 5th supreme talent. This was a great recognition for him. Chmph, lucky guy. The 7 little heavenly kings were furious. They looked at Fang Chen like lightning. The battle was still going on. Because there were too many people who signed up, The first round of the competition lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, with the end of the last battle, the first round of the competition was completely over. A total of 700 people had advanced to the second round. Of the remaining 700, 400 had died, and only 300 had escaped unscathed. From this point, one could see how fierce the battle was. When the second round of the competition began, there were no more camps. In other words, even if they were in the same camp, it was very likely that they would meet. Fang Chen's opponent in the second round was the one who had severely injured Venerable Snake. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that his opponent would be him. When the latter saw Fang Chen, his eyes were burning. He sneered and said, "I want to see how capable you are to refine my 1,000 snake poison." This person was the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe. The 1,000 snake poison was the treasure of the tribe. It was famous in the heavenly Venerate Sea. Whoosh! The supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe flashed and turned into a stream of light. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, raindrops appeared in the sky. Countless people widened their eyes as they watched this exciting battle. How will he block it? Once he's covered by the raindrops, he'll definitely die. This fellow must have been provoked. The amount of 10,000 snake poison he unleashed this time is at least 10 times more than the amount he used against Honorable Snake. Many supreme talents in the ancient sages' camp were discussing. In their opinion, the 1,000 snake poison this time was too strong. Even a star ancient realm expert would be severely injured if not killed. Fang Chen was only an early void ancient realm ancient god. How could he dodge it? Die! The supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He took a step and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the green liquid in the sky swarmed over. Idiot! Fang Chen's face was right in front of him. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he cursed at the same time. The supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe was enraged and roared at the sky. Just as the raindrops were about to cover him, Fang Chen finally made his move. With a flash, his figure disappeared into the void. You can't escape. The supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe sneered and continued to control the 1,000 snake poison to attack. This guy is fast, Daoist Bantan said. Shadow Walker, what do you think? Lord Mental Demon asked. Shadow Walker squinted his eyes and carefully sensed the void. After a long while, he said, "He's fast, but he's no match for me." On the martial arts stage, the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. But suddenly, something happened. Stellar shift. This was the strongest move of the space-time collapse art. Fang Chen's figure directly shifted 180 degrees, suddenly appearing outside the ripples formed by the rain droplets. Dong! Countless raindrops gathered together and exploded. The sound shook the sky. Hiss! Hiss! After the explosion, a strong corrosive force corroded the martial arts stage. Fang Chen was not injured at all. He stood quietly behind the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe. The square was dead silent. Isn't he too powerful? How could he dodge the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe so easily? How is this possible? Even Shadow Walker's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. His attainments in the Tao of the Void are actually so strong. Shadow Walker said helplessly after a long while. Fu Huan of the Flaming Bull tribe stared at Fang Chen with his big eyes. He was even more curious about how many trump cards this early Void Ancient Realm guy had. Now, it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Chen said with a smile. Then, he slashed out with his finger. Swoosh! A ray of finger light whizzed out and expanded in the void. Finally, it turned into a giant sword. The giant sword carried a majestic Azura sword chi. It cut through the sky and pierced toward the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe. At the same time, an invincible demonic chi was released. Suddenly, the giant sword expanded again and its power reached its peak. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the giant sword pierced through the supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe's chest. Bang! The supreme talent of the 1,000 snake tribe's body collapsed on the martial arts stage and lost its vitality. The martial artists on the square were shocked again. Fang Chen had created one miracle after another. It was too shocking. An early Void Ancient Realm cultivator easily killed an advanced Void Ancient Realm cultivator. It was unimaginable that this was the truth. Sword Chi swept across the world. Chapter 2673. The second round had just begun, and such a shocking scene had already occurred. In the ancient God realm, the gap between each realm was huge. An early Void Ancient Realm expert could instantly kill a late Control Ancient Realm expert. This was unimaginable in the past. But now, it had truly happened. Even more people thought that they were too excited to watch the competition between the geniuses. This battle had completely cleared Fang Chen's name. Those who had doubted him and questioned whether he was qualified to be the fifth prodigy of the ancient saint camp were slapped in the face. Not simple. Even many star ancient realm experts from the ancient saint camp nodded and acknowledged Fang Chen. Unknowingly, in their hearts, Fang Chen had become as important as Fu Huan and the others. In the Blackpool camp, his strength is at most able to defeat a late Void Ancient God. If he encounters a peak Void Ancient God, there's basically no hope. If the 7 minor heavenly kings were to attack, they could easily kill him. Many star ancient realm experts discussed. The 7 minor heavenly kings were experts at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm. Their strength was almost invincible in the Void Ancient Realm. Therefore, even if Fang Chen could last until the end, he would not be able to pass the 7 minor heavenly kings. This time, he would definitely die. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. The battle continued. Perhaps they were provoked by Fang Chen, but many of the Blackpool camp's prodigies were very ruthless. Almost every battle ended with the tragic death of the other side. Especially the 7 minor heavenly kings. When the 7 of them fought, they were almost invincible and killed their opponents at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the second round of the battle was completely over. According to the rules, the next round of the battle would begin after 3 days of rest. At this point, the battle between the prodigies had completely entered a white-hot stage. On the God-slaying island, the martial artists' hearts were trembling and their blood was boiling. As the ancient saint camp and the Blackpool camp's prodigies stood up, Wu Yu opened his eyes and his body faded. In the sky. How is it? Wu Yu suddenly appeared and asked. Wu Chen grinned. I think Fang Chen's strength has the chance to be in the top 5. If he can cultivate the demonic divine transformation technique to the second level, he might even be able to take first place. After these 2 battles, Wu Gan was also very happy in his heart. I really hope that he can get into the top 5. If that's the case, our mission will be even more perfect, Wu Yu said as he nodded his head. The white-robed woman at the side had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. In the elegant courtyard of the God-slaying island, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, his mind filled with a large number of demonic transformation divine art chants. He was now a famous person in the Empyrean Sea. Many people wanted to befriend him, but they were all rejected by him. I have complete control over the first level of the demonic transformation divine art. As for the second level, I have already touched the threshold. Demon transformation divine art. The first level was invincible demon chi. The second level was invincible demon body. Fang Chen could feel that his body was changing as he cultivated the demonic transformation divine art. Once he reached the second level, his unparalleled demonic energy would be completely fused into his chaotic origin sword body. By then, his fleshy body would transform into a terrifying demonic body. Once the demonic body was activated, no one in the Void Ancient Realm could break its defense. This was the true power of the demon transformation divine art. As for reaching the third level, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it for now. Demon transformation divine art. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. In his mind, countless comprehensions of the demon transformation divine art appeared. Fang Chen was carefully savoring and comprehending it. In another courtyard of the God-slaying island. Damn it. This guy is too arrogant. I must kill him. The scaled ancient god was infuriated. In the previous battle, he could feel the demonic energy on Fang Chen's body. Invincible demon chi. It's definitely invincible demon chi. He was even more certain that the demon transformation divine art was in the hands of Fang Chen. I must find a way to get it. Thinking of this, the scaled ancient god's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and a genius from the Devil Sword Island appeared. Master, take this. The scaly armored ancient god handed over a piece of scale. If you meet Fang Chen in the competition, kill him at all costs. The scaled ancient god said. Master, rest assured. 3 days passed quickly. When the third round of the competition arrived, Fang Chen finally completed his transformation. Wang. The demonic energy around his body surged and shook violently. After a moment, all the demonic energy drilled into his body. The chaotic origin sword body was fully activated and absorbed all the demonic energy. Sigh. The invincible demonic energy fused with the chaotic origin sword body, transforming into a demonic body. After cultivating for 3 days, he finally comprehended it. The second level of the demon transformation divine art, the invincible demonic body, was officially cultivated. Fang Chen stood up and with a thought, a layer of demonic energy condensed into scales covering his body, raising his defense to the maximum. Amazing! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. This was a true supreme divine art. The current him, once he executed the second level of the demon transformation divine art, his defense was close to invincible. Even an expert at the peak of the void ancient realm would need some time to break through my defense, right? Fang Chen muttered, and this time is enough for me to defeat them. In 3 days, Fang Chen gained a lot. Not only did his demon transformation divine art have a breakthrough, but more importantly, his Azura sword Dao had a breakthrough too. Sila. In his palm, the hidden star sword slashed out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. At the same time, Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the hidden star sword shot out with lightning speed, piercing into the crack. Dong! A deafening sound rang out, and a huge energy black hole appeared in the crack. Within the black hole, sword chi rampaged. Explode! Fang Chen shouted, and the black hole exploded with sword chi. Boom boom boom! The sky shook continuously, and the entire void was completely annihilated. Hoo! Dust flew, and when all the energy waves dissipated, the courtyard was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a powerful force. A sword strike can shatter the void, trigger a spatial storm, and annihilate the black hole. Let's call it Azura Storm. The new Azura sword Dao was named Azura Storm by Fang Chen. A sword strike, a storm, a black hole, and a spatial storm. In just a short sentence, one could see how powerful this move was. In addition to the demon transformation divine art, even a peak void ancient realm martial artist would not be his match. Who? Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. The God Destroyer Square was packed with people. On the main stage, with Wu Yu as the leader, the higher-ups from both sides had arrived. After the second round of the competition, there were only 350 Sky Prides who had advanced. The Ancient Sages camp had slightly fewer people, only 150 people, while the Blackpool camp had a total of 200 people. In terms of numbers, the Blackpool camp had the advantage. Wu Yu stood up and looked around. Suddenly, the noisy square quietened down. After our discussion, we have decided that the third round of the competition will no longer be a one-on-one battle. Wu Yu said, it will be a survival battle. Simple and direct. The so-called survival battle was to survive in the God Destroyer mountain range. All contestants, once you enter the God Destroyer mountain range, you can use all means, as long as you can survive. Wu Yu continued. Many Sky Prides from the Blackpool camp looked at Fang Chen with evil intentions. The competition between the geniuses was getting more and more brutal. Everyone sighed and shook their heads. If this continued, there would not be more than 50 people who could survive. However, this was the reality. It was the same everywhere if one was strong. The 7 little heavenly kings looked at Fang Chen at the same time. Now, Fang Chen was a must-kill target for the Blackpool camp. The 7 little heavenly kings' eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Fang Chen did not back down and retaliated with his eyes. Trash, when we enter the God Destroyer mountain range, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The seventh heavenly king mocked. Not only that, the 150 people from the ancient sage camp will all die. Facing the mockery from the Blackpool camp, those from the ancient sage camp clenched their fists and glared at each other. Fu Huan and the other three were relatively calm. It was useless to argue now. The bigger fist was the most important thing. Swoosh. Wu Yu flicked his finger, and in the distant sky, the God Destroyer mountain range was surrounded by a powerful seal. Countless martial artists swarmed out and rushed into the God Destroyer mountain range. At the same time, a smooth mirror appeared above the God Destroyer square, and all the scenes in the God Destroyer mountain range were reflected in the mirror. Chapter 2674. The 350 Sky Prides entered the God Extermination mountain range one after another. Xiao Hei dots appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror. All the Sky Pride's actions were seen by the many-star ancient realm experts. Ha ha ha, this feels great. In the blink of an eye, a group of Sky Prides from the Blackpool camp discovered the Sky Prides from the ancient sages camp. They had the advantage in numbers and were completely overpowered. After a fierce battle, several Sky Prides from the ancient sages camp died. On the God Extermination square, the Blackpool camp's members were ecstatic. On the other hand, the ancient sages camp's members were unusually nervous. In the God Extermination mountain range, Fang Chen appeared in a dense forest. He spread out his divine senses and suddenly realized that this place was actually isolated from probing with divine senses. It seems like this is intentional. Fang Chen understood after thinking for a while. Kill the ancient sages. His idea was simple. He wanted to kill the ancient sages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen stomped his foot and entered the void. Like the wind, he quickly traveled through the God Extermination mountain range. In the outside world, countless cultivators were watching Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen encountered an enemy. Someone from the ancient sages camp. On the square, many people from the ancient sages camp exclaimed. They were puzzled. Shouldn't they be united at this time? Why was this person going against Fang Chen? This person seems to be from the Demon Sword Island. Some people recognized this Sky Pride. Countless people pointed at the scaly ancient god. The latter was unmoved. The Demon Sword Island did not violate the rules. Wu Yu looked at the smooth surface of the mirror and did not say anything. Mph, damn fellow. Let's see how you escape this time. The scaly ancient god clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. The Sky Prides from the Demon Sword Island attacked as soon as they met Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you're dead meat. He threw out a punch. A fist light that pierced through heaven and earth came whistling over. Scram. Fang Chen let out a low growl and sent the enormous fist radiance flying with a single punch. Dang. Dang. The Demon Sword Island's elite could not help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath and stared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. Kill. Demonic chi filled the sky and sword chi filled the sky. The prodigy of the Demon Sword Island wielded a long sword and displayed an exquisite sword technique. Whoosh. China in the sky. Sword chi intertwined. The battle between the two sword cultivators was unusually intense. It was a pity that Fang Chen had created a new move before the third round of the competition began. Azura Storm. Boom. In the sky, the void collapsed, storms emerged, and black holes exploded. Dong. A terrifying sword chi burst out from the black hole and enveloped the Sky Pride of the Demon Sword Island. Crack. The power of the Azura Storm was simply too strong. The latter could not withstand it at all. His chest exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His vitality was constantly fading away. Damn it. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet red and a scale appeared in his palm. With a ferocious expression, he roared, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Countless people in the square exclaimed when they saw Fang Chen's attack. He's too strong. He has cultivated his sword technique to such a level. No wonder he's the fastest Sky Pride to enter the Void Ancient Realm in the history of the Celestial Master Sea. With one sword, a storm rises and the void collapses. I admire him. Many martial artists were impressed by Fang Chen's exquisite swordsmanship and sighed. However, at this moment, There was a burst of exclamation. This was because some star ancient realm experts had discovered the origin of the scale. That's a big deal. The scaly ancient god's most essential scale is actually willing to give it to a youngster. Humph. Some people sighed, while others snorted. The scaly ancient god sneered in his heart. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen dying under the scale storm. On the smooth mirror, Fang Chen's expression was calm. There was no change in his emotions. The sky pride of the Demon Sword Island clenched his fist and the scale was completely activated. Berserk energy instantly spread out. The aura of the star ancient realm quickly spread out. Unfortunately, this is not your true strength, Fang Chen said indifferently. External force was still external force. When he took out the scale, Fang Chen saw through everything. Azura storm. No matter how strong you are, I only have one sword. Swoosh. Like a flying immortal, the sword came from the west, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing the sky apart. Boom. The demon transformation divine technique was fully activated. Invincible demon chi crazily drilled into the star-hidden sword, and the invincible demon body also appeared, forming the strongest defense. Kill. At this moment, Fang Chen burst out with his strongest move. The star-hidden sword broke through the sky pride of the Demon Sword Island's defense and pierced through his chest. At the same time, the power in the scale bombarded Fang Chen's body. Hiss. The invincible demon body formed a strong defense, blocking the power of the scale. Dong. The trembling power exploded. The impact was so powerful that it caused ripples to appear on the smooth surface of the mirror. The entire dense forest became barren in an instant. All the towering trees were cut down by the sword chi, turning into ruins. There was only one person standing in the ruins. Fang Chen. A thunderous roar came from the ancient saint's camp. Countless people were shouting Fang Chen's name. At this moment, he was like a god. It was too shocking. The visual impact of the attack made everyone unable to calm down for a long time. How is this possible? The scaled ancient god cried out when he saw this. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was pale, and his breathing was chaotic. His body swayed. The star ancient realm experts on the main platform knew that the scaled ancient god had suffered a backlash when the scale shattered. Demon transformation divine technique. He actually cultivated the demon transformation divine technique. Many star ancient realm experts exclaimed. The demon transformation divine technique's power increase is too strong. He has cultivated the second level of the invincible demon body, and with his exquisite sword skills, he is invincible in the void ancient realm. Someone said. What is truly shocking is his understanding of the sword Dao. A sword from the west. It is too amazing. In the ancient saint's camp, everyone was cheering for Fang Chen. So Fang Chen has been hiding his strength all this time. With such strength, he is definitely qualified to be one of the top 5 prodigies. Ha ha ha, fools from the dark swamp primal chaos, it is time for you to die. Only the people from Demon Sword Island looked gloomy. The scaled ancient god even left the battlefield ahead of time. His scales had shattered, and he had suffered an extremely powerful backlash. This was completely out of his expectations. This guy. Wu Yu had a faint smile on his face. He had really cultivated the demon transformation divine technique to the second level. However, what really surprised Wu Yu was his sword skills. Although they were not as strong as the demon transformation divine technique, he could see his understanding of the sword Dao. A sword from the west, and heaven and earth bowed. I seem to be able to see a sword emperor slowly rising. Wu Yu thought to himself. Wu Gan and the lady in white, who had not shown themselves, looked at each other and smiled. Ha ha ha, with such exquisite sword skills and the demon transformation divine technique, it is hard to find a match for him in the younger generation, Wu Gan said with a smile. The lady in white nodded gently, agreeing with Wu Gan's view. She knew that Fang Chen still had a trump card that he had not used. The evil ancestral eye. In the smooth mirror, the 7 little heavenly kings worked together and swept through the god-exterminating mountain range. Many prodigies from the ancient saints' camp died in their hands. Many people were looking forward to the 7 little heavenly kings and the top 5 prodigies meeting. At that time, it would definitely be a peak battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Fang Chen killed the prodigies from Demon Sword Island, he continued to move forward. Boom. A deafening sound attracted his attention. He leaped and came to the source of the sound. He realized that 2 people were fighting fiercely. Hey! Fang Chen did not want to bother, but he suddenly saw a huge rock beside the stream. This rock. Fang Chen frowned. He could feel a strange power coming from the rock. Master, this is the Stone of 3 Lives. The heart of Xianming said. Stone of 3 Lives. It is said that the Stone of 3 Lives is a treasure that connects yin and yang. As long as the primordial spirit is not destroyed, a normal martial artist can rebuild their physical body. Once the primordial spirit is destroyed, it is extremely difficult to revive them. This Stone of 3 Lives can revive martial artists whose primordial spirit is destroyed. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect such a powerful rock to exist in this world. He rushed to the front of the huge rock. At this time, the battle had already come to an end. The prodigy from the ancient saint's camp had successfully killed his opponent. Fang Chen? After seeing Fang Chen, the prodigy was fearful and quickly retreated. Stone of 3 Lives. Fang Chen placed his hands on the Stone of 3 Lives. Suddenly, there were a few sounds in the distance. The prodigies from Hei's camp had arrived. Chapter 2675. Put down the 3 Lives Stone. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction surrounded Fang Chen and scolded him. Fang Chen ignored him. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the 3 Lives Stone off the ground. Peng! At this moment, a fist radiance whizzed over and struck Fang Chen's body. Wang! The chaotic origin sword body emitted a sharp sword chi fluctuation that blocked against this fist light. With a bang, the 3 Lives Stone fell from Fang Chen's hand and hit the ground. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He turned around and looked at the sky prides of the Blackpool camp who had surrounded him. Peak Void Ancient Realm? Fang Chen curled his lips and said with disdain. The 3 Lives Stone belongs to the Black Lake faction. How dare you touch it? One of the humanoid monsters scolded. His words were full of threat. Fang Chen, no matter how strong your potential is, you're nothing in front of us. Today, you'll die. I really want to see what kind of expression those idiots from the ancient sage faction will have after you die. The prodigies mocked Fang Chen. However, using the Azura sword technique, the hidden star sword brought out a huge storm. Catcher. The prodigy closest to Fang Chen was blasted into pieces. You're courting death. The prodigies were enraged. Fang Chen dared to sneak attack them. Kill him. Relying on their high cultivation bases, they surrounded Fang Chen and joined forces to encircle him. Hong long long. Powerful attacks landed on Fang Chen's body one after another. The latter was surrounded by an invincible demonic aura and his defense was raised to the maximum. He held his sword with one hand and looked straight ahead with scarlet eyes. Do you think you can kill me with just a few pieces of trash? At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god of death. He killed one person with a sword. It was terrifying. The Azura storm was unstoppable. In front of the stream, the wild storm whistled past. The void shattered and sword lights crossed. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction were killed. Peng! After the last slash, the spatial storm disappeared. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at the 3 Lives Stone. Everyone saw Fang Chen's domineering side on the smooth surface of the mirror. They were shocked and yelled. The prodigies from the Black Lake faction clenched their fists and hatred filled their hearts. However, there was nothing they could do except pray that the 7 minor heavenly kings could find Fang Chen. Let's wait and see, this guy won't be alive for long. The 7 minor heavenly kings are already looking for him. Once they find him, he will be dead. Damned bastard, even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. Unlike the Black Lake faction, the ancient sage faction was extremely happy. The fact that Fang Chen was able to complete such a powerful massacre even when the Blackpool camp had an obvious advantage in numbers was simply satisfying. We can only rely on Fang Chen and the 4 geniuses in this competition. I hope they're safe. Otherwise, we'll fail completely. It's best to kill him along with the 7 minor heavenly kings. After Fang Chen put away the 3 live stone, he began his hunting journey. Every once in a while, he would encounter some prodigies from the Black Lake faction. Without saying anything, he would crush them with his sword. In just 3 days, the Black Lake faction had lost more than 50 prodigies. This was already a quarter of their total number. Finally, Fang Chen's actions angered everyone. The 7 minor heavenly kings declared that they would kill Fang Chen. Many prodigies on the God Destruction Square also stared at the smooth surface of the mirror nervously. However, Fang Chen was still unmoved. His goal was simple. He wanted to kill the prodigies from the Black Lake faction mercilessly. Blood must be seen when his sword was drawn. A storm that belonged to Fang Chen swept across the God Destruction mountain range. Everyone was amazed. Fang Chen was too powerful. Poochie. One day, Fang Chen killed a prodigy from the Black Lake faction with a single strike. Then, he attracted the attention of many prodigies. Among them, there were 3 prodigies from the myriad snake tribe. The 3 of them stared at Fang Chen with murderous eyes. Kid, how dare you kill a member of the myriad snake tribe? You're dead meat. I'll use the snake poison to refine you into a poisonous corpse. Aren't you very capable? I'd like to see how you're going to refine our snake poison. In an instant, the 3 prodigies from the Black Lake faction surrounded Fang Chen. A green aura emerged from the 3 prodigies from the myriad snake tribe. This aura could turn into a green liquid at any time and float out. The snake poison. Fang Chen looked at the 3 of them calmly. There was no panic in his eyes. Everyone stared at the smooth surface of the mirror, guessing how Fang Chen would deal with it. 3 prodigies from the myriad snake tribe. His dead meat. With the 3 of them attacking together and the snake poison superimposed, the power is enough to threaten a star ancient expert. Ha ha ha, with Fang Chen dead, the ancient sage's camp will be no threat. In the Black Lake faction, everyone was laughing. In the ancient sage's camp, many people were complaining about Fang Chen's injustice. Despicable. You must withstand it. I believe you can withstand the snake poison. Although many people were confident in Fang Chen, some of the more rational cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Even the many star ancient realm experts on the rostrum felt somewhat helpless. The superimposed snake poison is unimaginable. Fang Chen's defense won't be able to withstand it. In an instant, Fang Chen became the focus of everyone's attention. From the smooth surface of the mirror, Fang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. Pretentious. A prodigy from the myriad snake tribe sneered, thinking that Fang Chen was pretending to be calm. Enjoy the feast of snake poison. Believe me, you'll never forget such a scene. No, you'll never be able to experience such a feast again. So, cherish the time you have now. The 3 prodigies laughed crazily. Fang Chen shook his head, as if mocking the 3 of them. I can't withstand the superimposed snake poison of the 3 of you. Fang Chen said calmly. But, if I'm so strong that you can't even release the snake poison, will you still be so confident? As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the Azura storm appeared again. Rumble. Heaven and earth dimmed as a spatial storm emerged and the void collapsed. A magnificent aura spread into the surroundings, attracting the attention of countless geniuses. Snake poison superimposed. The 3 prodigies sneered and waved their hands. Suddenly, the green aura around them turned into drops of green liquid. The snake poison was formed. Release. When the 3 portions of snake poison superimposed, the poison in the green liquid reached an unimaginable level. The void was corroded. The 3 prodigies controlled the green liquid and laughed without restraint. However, at this moment a powerful evil force shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the evil energy spread out and shrouded the entire space. Hiss. Hiss. Under the effect of the evil force, the 3 prodigies didn't even have time to release the snake poison before they fell into a daze. At this point, Fang Chen's evil ancestral eye was controlled to the extreme. The evil force could make people hallucinate and fall into an illusion. Kill. The hidden star sword trembled and a dazzling sword light burst out. Crack! The azure storm was so powerful that no one could block it. The thick sword light whistled through the air. When it arrived in front of the three people, it instantly split into three sword lights and pierced into the heads of the three people. At the same time, Fang Chen continuously used the azure storm. The wild storm swept through the prodigies. Crack! Under the powerful force of the black hole's explosion, their bodies were directly turned into ashes. Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and put the superimposed snake poison into his bag. The three prodigies of the snake tribe and the other prodigies were all killed. In front of the smooth mirror, all the martial artists were shocked. The entire god-slaying square was in an uproar. On the main platform, the Star Ancient Realm experts exclaimed in disbelief. Only Wu Yu was relatively calm because he recognized the evil ancestral eye. In fact, he had a certain understanding of Fang Chen before. The power that killed the prodigies with one sword, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, did not dissipate for a long time and continued to be in this space. The ruined environment was enough to show that something unbelievable had just happened. Unknowingly, a storm swept through the god-slaying mountain range. It was a storm that belonged to Fang Chen. The azure storm looked disdainfully. When the sword came from the west, all enemies bowed their heads. Chapter 2676. The three sky prides of the Thousand Snake Clan had joined forces to besiege Fang Chen, but they were all slaughtered by Fang Chen. It was a one-sided battle. At this moment, Fang Chen had unleashed an unprecedented attack. Whoosh! An azure storm emerged, and wherever the sword light passed, blood would stain the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists who had besieged him were annihilated. Whoosh! Fang Chen stacked the 1,000 snake venom and put it into his pouch. On the god-slaying square, everyone trembled. They were all astonished by Fang Chen's powerful attack. As the battle had caused a great commotion, many foreign races from the dark swamp chaotic region were attracted. Boom! Boom! Fang Chen? After seeing Fang Chen, the eyes of the 7th Heavenly King and the 6th Heavenly King flickered passionately as murderous intent surged from their bodies. Damn you, we've finally found you. The two junior Heavenly Kings stood above the ruins with imposing auras. The countless corpses proved that a great battle had just taken place. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the two Heavenly Kings with his dark eyes. I heard that you've broken the record of the Empyrean Sea's fastest person to step into the void ancient realm. You're just SOSO. The 7th Heavenly King sneered, his face full of mockery. The 6th Heavenly King looked down at Fang Chen as if he was looking at an ant. Were they killed by you? The 6th Heavenly King asked coldly. Fang Chen remained silent. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a loud sword cry, as if it was responding to the 6th Heavenly King's words. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air became very tense. On the smooth surface of the mirror, the upper echelons of both camps were watching closely. On the square, many martial artists were also discussing. Have the top sky prides finally met? With Fang Chen's strength, defeating the two Heavenly Kings shouldn't be a problem. If the 7 Heavenly Kings were all here, Fang Chen wouldn't stand a chance. But now, those from the ancient sage camp believed that Fang Chen could withstand the attacks of the two Heavenly Kings. On the other hand, the prodigies of the Black Swamp camp were all sneering. This guy is too arrogant. Now, he has finally hit a wall. With the Heavenly King taking action, they will definitely die. However, at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror. Then, 5 black shadows appeared on the mirror. 5 Heavenly Kings? Seeing this, the cultivators of the ancient sage's camp exclaimed in shock. Their eyes widened, their hearts filled with worry. The 7 little Heavenly Kings had gathered. Did the heavens want to kill Fang Chen? Even many of the higher-ups on the rostrum shook their heads. The other 5 Heavenly Kings were gathered here. When they saw the devastated ground, they frowned slightly. Before entering the God Extermination mountain range, the revered Dragon Lord even specially told me to kill Fang Chen at all costs. The first Heavenly King said faintly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But now, what I see is not a peerless genius, but a weak prey. That's right, I alone am enough to kill you. The second heavenly king sneered. Then, he stomped his foot and attacked with lightning speed. Rumble. A terrifying fist radiance whizzed out and bombarded Fang Chen's body. The latter was surrounded by sword chi. The invincible demon body had raised his defense to the highest level, and he took the blow from the second heavenly king. Bang! At the same time, Fang Chen also threw out a punch and forced the second heavenly king to retreat. Thump! Thump! The second heavenly king, who had stabilized himself, looked a little surprised. Don't waste time. Let's attack together and kill him, the third heavenly king said. The other heavenly kings nodded slightly. Boom! In an instant, the 7 little heavenly kings joined forces to besiege Fang Chen. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The 7 little heavenly kings had displayed an extremely powerful attack, causing the entire sky to shake. Azura Storm. Fang Chen displayed the Azura Storm. A vast spatial storm whizzed out and swept across the entire land, blocking the joint attack of the 7 little heavenly kings. However, his body was also rapidly retreating. So powerful. Fang Chen felt pain between his thumb and index finger. The hidden star sword was flowing with a terrifying aura. Stop! Just as the 7 little heavenly kings were about to use their full strength to destroy Fang Chen, Fu Huan and the other 3 arrived. Hei's chaotic chaos likes to bully others with numbers. Fu Huan sneered. No matter what, Fang Chen is a supreme talent of the ancient saints' camp. How can the 4 of us sit back and do nothing? The 7 little heavenly kings are ganging up on an early void ancient realm ancient god. Don't you find it embarrassing? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think the ancient saints' camp is afraid of you? The 4 supreme talents all expressed their stance. They exuded a terrifying aura and stood in front of Fang Chen, blocking the 7 little heavenly kings. The first heavenly king's indifferent eyes shot out a cold murderous intent as he said coldly, "What a coincidence. I'll kill all of you together." That's right. After killing all of you, we'll go and kill the other supreme talents of the ancient saints in the god-destroying mountain range. The ancient saints' camp is destined to suffer a great loss in this battle. All of you from the ancient saints' camp will die. The 7 little heavenly kings looked ferocious. They had already made up their minds to kill all the supreme talents of the ancient saints' camp. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Lord Mental Demon said in a deep voice. I've long heard that Lord Mental Demon's illusions are invincible. Let me experience it for myself. The 4th heavenly king stepped forward and found Lord Mental Demon. The battle was about to start. Boom. The 2 of them exuded a violent black energy and clashed with each other. Me too. The 3rd heavenly king found Taoist Bantan, while the 2nd heavenly king fought with Yingxing. The 1st heavenly king looked at Fu Huan with his dark eyes. You're the strongest among the younger generation of the ancient saints' camp, and I'm the strongest among the younger generation of the Hei's chaotic chaos. The 1st heavenly king said, if I kill you, will I be able to reach the top of the younger generation in the heavenly venerate sea? Many people have challenged me before, but in the end, they all died while I'm still alive. Fu Huan smiled faintly. Is that so? The 1st heavenly king said, I'd like to see how the ancient saints' camp will struggle in this adversity. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Fu Huan made his move. With a flick of his finger, a powerful ray of light burst out. You're courting death. The 1st heavenly king growled and fought with Fu Huan. You 3, kill Fang Chen for me. The 4 heavenly kings fought with the 4 supreme geniuses of the ancient saints' camp. Only the 3 junior heavenly kings were left. With disdain in their eyes, they approached Fang Chen. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you'll end up like them. Fang Chen pointed at the corpse on the ground with the hidden star sword and said in a deep voice, Die. The 3 junior heavenly kings made their move, and a thunderous power emerged from their bodies. Poochie. Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword, and a terrifying storm swept across the land and shrouded the 7th heavenly king. Break. A vast power emerged from the surface of the 7th heavenly king's skin and forcibly resisted the attack of the Shura storm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen activated the evil ancestral eye. The evil power condensed into an arrow and shot out. Poochie. The arrow pierced through the seventh heavenly king's defense at lightning speed. Crack. When the seventh heavenly king's defense was broken, the Shura storm swept over him. No. The seventh heavenly king, who had a confident smile on his face, suddenly felt frightened and screamed, "Save me." However, it was too late. The Shura storm displayed its powerful power and was invincible. Rip. In the blink of an eye, the seventh heavenly king's body was completely annihilated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Old 7. The sixth and fifth heavenly kings roared angrily at the sky. The two of them used their trump cards and desperately bombarded the Shura storm, trying to save Old 7. However, when they saw Old 7's body and soul were destroyed, they almost went crazy. "You killed Old 7? I'm going to tear you into pieces to avenge Old 7. No one had expected that Yi Futian would be able to kill the seventh heavenly king in a 1 versus 3 situation. Yi Futian was simply too powerful. The two heavenly kings fell into a frenzy, and their attacks became even fiercer. They surrounded Fang Chen directly. When the crowd saw this scene through the smooth mirror, they were shocked to the extreme. Too powerful. He was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The entire square was dead silent. They were numb. Fang Chen had created too many miracles. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2677. God Destruction Square. Everyone's eyes were on the smooth surface of the mirror. It was too exciting for the ancient sages' camp. They thought that Fang Chen would be in danger. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be invincible and kill the seventh heavenly king? Now, only the 6 heavenly kings were left. They were less of a threat to them. They were even thinking excitedly. What if the 7 heavenly kings were all killed? In that case, would the Black Swamp Camp's sky prides be completely slaughtered? Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. Interesting. Wu Yu, who was sitting on the rostrum, had a smile on his face as he muttered to himself. The white-robed lady in the sky quietly watched Fang Chen. She did not have much emotion in her heart. When she saw Fang Chen unleash that move, she knew that no one among the younger generation in the heavenly Venerate Sea could withstand that attack. As for Wu Qian, he looked down at the God Destruction mountain range with interest. To him, it would be perfect if the final 5 victors were to emerge and Fang Chen was among them. As for the ancient sages' camp and the Black Swamp Camp sky prides, it would not cause much of a stir. Being able to kill the 7th heavenly king in a 1 versus 3 situation, it seems that Fang Chen's combat strength is comparable to an ancient god of the void ancient realm. That's right. If this continues, as long as the 4 great sky prides help him block the attacks of the 4 heavenly kings, then as time passes, Fang Chen will definitely be able to kill the 6th and 5th heavenly kings. Ha ha ha, all this time, we thought that Fang Chen's reputation was undeserved. Now it seems that it was not the case at all. Many star ancient realm experts in the ancient sages' camp expressed their opinions. As for the Black Swamp Camp, it was dead silent. The higher-ups on the rostrum had a straight face. No one knew what they were thinking. On the smooth surface of the mirror, it could be seen that the 7th heavenly king's death had provoked the other heavenly kings. Damn it! The 4 heavenly kings who were fighting the 4 great sky prides roared in anger. They attacked crazily, wanting to force the 4 great sky prides to retreat and then kill Fang Chen to avenge their 7th heavenly king. However, the 4 sky prides had also realized this. Your opponent is me. Fu Huan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 1st heavenly king, blocking him. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 1st heavenly king was completely furious. He spread out his hands, and a bright light whizzed out. He flipped his palms, and in an instant, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Fu Huan. The other 3 heavenly kings were in the same situation. So far, Daoist Bantan was having a hard time. Although his strength was not the weakest among the 4, his weakness was very obvious. The 3rd heavenly king had been bombarding his life gate. You must hold on. Daoist Bantan roared in his heart. He used all his strength to fight against the 3rd heavenly king. Seeing this situation, Fang Chen knew that he couldn't waste any more time. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the void shattered as the Azura storm was unleashed once again. Die. At this moment, the sixth heavenly king appeared. His body transformed into his original form, and a tail whizzed out, carrying with it a powerful force. Bang! Fang Chen blocked with the hidden star sword, but he was forced to retreat. As soon as he stabilized his body, the fifth heavenly king's attack came. A blazing sun condensed above the fifth heavenly king's head. This blazing sun contained his life's strength. Explode. When the blazing sun arrived above Fang Chen, it exploded. Dong. The earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared. Fang Chen was directly swept away by the explosion. Invincible demon body. The second level of the demon transformation divine art, the invincible demon body was fully activated. Fang Chen's defense was almost invincible in the void ancient realm. He stood quietly on the ground like a demon god. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he walked out step by step. Poochie. The Azura storm appeared, enveloping the sixth heavenly king. Die. Risking being hit by the fifth heavenly king, Fang Chen activated the evil ancestral eye and merged it with the demon transformation divine art, raising the power of the Azura storm to the peak. Poochie. The sixth heavenly king's defense was penetrated, and his body exploded. The sixth heavenly king's body and soul were destroyed. In just a few breaths of time, 2 of the 3 heavenly kings besieging Fang Chen had fallen. At this moment, the fifth heavenly king finally realized that something was wrong. Damn it! Although the fifth heavenly king was furious, his intuition told him that Fang Chen's attack was too strong, and he couldn't resist it. Old 5, retreat. The other 4 heavenly kings roared, desperately trying to break away from the battle. However, it was too late. Fang Chen suddenly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Azura storm. Poochie. The fifth heavenly king fell to the ground. Ah! Angry roars came from the 4 heavenly kings. At the same time, they used their innate abilities. A roaring eagle appeared in the sky above their heads. The 4 eagles stood in 4 directions, calling out to each other from afar. At the same time, the aura on their bodies also rose to the peak. Not good. Fu Huan felt danger approaching, and he screamed and quickly retreated. Rumble. However, before they could withdraw from the place, the rift shattered into pieces. Powerful airwaves blew Fu Huan and the other 3 away. Roar. The loud and clear cry caused the entire God Extermination mountain range to tremble. The 4 heavenly kings' special ability combined, and their attack power had surpassed the limit of the ancient god realm. You killed my 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers. The first heavenly king stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes and said word by word. Even if I cut you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease my hatred. We must avenge the 3 brothers, but we can't let him die so easily. We must capture him and suppress him in the purgatory, and his primordial spirit will be tortured forever. The 4 heavenly kings stared at Fang Chen with their imposing aura. At this time, Fu Huan and the other 3 also came in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts. Brother Fang, their special ability can be combined, and their attack power will be multiplied. It will be difficult to resist such an attack, Fu Huan said in a low voice. With the strength that Fang Chen displayed, he was already qualified to address them as brothers. Moreover, it was a critical moment of life and death. If they won, the ancient sages' camp would win. If they lost, the ancient sages' camp would definitely be slaughtered by the 4 heavenly kings. They had no way out. There was an abyss behind them, and they could only move forward. What if we break their combined special ability? Fang Chen murmured. Break it. Ying Xing shook his head. Their innate abilities have completely fused together. It's too difficult to break through. Fang Chen understood what Ying Xing meant. It was not that there was no way, but it was too difficult. That means there is still a chance, Fang Chen said. Heart Demon Lord's dark eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, I can contribute the heart demon blood that I have nurtured for countless years, and it can temporarily stall one of the eagles. Hearing this, Fu Huan and the other 2 were moved. They knew very well how important the Heart Demon blood was to Heart Demon Lord. Heart Demon Lord shook his head when he saw the three of them looking at him. If we continue to hide our strength, what awaits us will be a devastating blow. My Heart Demon blood can only last for 3 seconds. Once the time is up, I will have no combat power. I can use my speed to stall one of the eagles, Yingxing said, gritting his teeth. Taoist Bantan lowered his head. In the battle just now, he was seriously injured. His gate of life had been attacked many times, and his combat power had been sharply reduced. He could not resist the eagles at all. I can also resist one of the eagles, Fu Huan said. Among the 4, Fu Huan was the strongest. He could resist for 5 seconds. 3 seconds. That's enough. Fang Chen already had a rough idea in his mind. He took out an array formation model from his bosom and handed it to Daoist Bantan. When the 4 of us attack in a while, you activate the array model and control the array. Try not to let the 4 heavenly kings gather together, Fang Chen said. Taoist Bantan nodded heavily. Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will resist to the end. Have you discussed how to die? The first heavenly king sneered. He was disdainful of Fang Chen and the other 4. No matter how you discuss it, it won't change your ending. Death can no longer wash away the sins on your body. I will imprison your primordial spirits in purgatory forever. You will suffer all the sufferings in the world, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2678. God-slaying square. No one in the ancient sages' camp cared about who would win in the end. They were just praying that Fang Chen would be able to escape unscathed. In just a few minutes, the heaven-defying fighting prowess that Fang Chen had displayed left the upper echelons of the ancient sages in awe. They even thought that as long as Fang Chen was still alive, the ancient sages would have a chance. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Fang Chen as the future of the ancient sages. Eagle divine power. On the rostrum, several high-level ancient sages' camp members looked solemn. They looked at all the movements on the smooth mirror with burning eyes. When the 4 little heavenly kings used the eagle divine power, they felt a chill in their hearts. The eagle divine power was famous in the dark swamp chaos. When the 4 of them worked together, even a star ancient realm expert would not be able to break it in a short time. Even if they could break it, it would be enough for the 4 of them to attack countless times during this period. Moreover, Fang Chen was only an early void ancient realm ancient god. Even with the help of Fu Huan and the other 3, the chances of breaking the eagle divine power were very slim. The dark swamp chaos camp was dead silent. They could not be happy. The death of the 3 little heavenly kings was a great loss to them. Fortunately, Fang Chen and the other 4 were about to die under the eagle divine power. This was a kind of comfort for them. Otherwise, they did not know what kind of madness they would fall into. The martial artists on the square stood in a daze. At this moment, they could no longer use words to describe this earth-shattering battle. The 4 little heavenly kings exuded a vast amount of power as they looked down at Fang Chen and the other 4. Under the eagle divine power, you will not be able to resist at all. The first heavenly king sneered. Then, he waved his big hand. Buzz. In the sky, 4 eagles spread their wings and soared in the void, their loud cries echoing out. Do it. Following Fang Chen's roar, the first to attack was Daoist Bantan. He clenched his fist and poured all his power into the array model, instantly activating it. Whoosh. The whole world was wrapped in a layer of grey mist. A peerless earthquake instantly appeared and trapped the 4 little heavenly kings. Split up. Daoist Bantan forcibly controlled the formation to separate the 4 heavenly kings. Because of this, he also suffered an extremely strong backlash. He spat out blood and his face was pale. However, he had been persevering. Swish. Fu Huan was the first to make a move. His divinity transformation realm body, a fireball that was hundreds of feet tall, covered in hot flames, rushed to the front of the first heavenly king. Roar. The flaming bull looked up to the sky and roared. Scorching flames spewed out of its nostrils and formed a flaming cage in the void, enveloping the flying eagle above the first heavenly king. You are courting death. The first heavenly king said coldly. Immediately, His powerful attack landed on Huanyo's body. Fu Huan had to use all his strength to block the flying eagle, so he had no time to care about the first Heavenly King's attack. Bang! One of his legs was directly cut off by the first Heavenly King. However, he endured the pain and continued to spit out scorching flames to stop the eagle. At the same time, Shadow Walker and Heart Demon Lord made their moves as well. The Heart Demon Lord stomped his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood as he hovered in midair. The blood contained an extremely strong bloodline power. This was the demonic blood of the Heart Demon Lord. Monstrous demonic aura filled the sky and directly trapped a flying eagle above the third Heavenly King. However, because of this, he also suffered a strong attack from the third Heavenly King. Shadow Walker took advantage of his speed and constantly shuttled around the flying eagle, using this to attract the flying eagle's firepower. Out of the 4 flying eagles, 3 were instantly pinned down. The 4 Heavenly Kings' innate magical powers were temporarily interrupted. Fang Chen gently stroked the star-hidden sword with his palm. His face was solemn. This was his only chance. He could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Moreover, he did not have much time left. He only had 3 seconds. Once the 3 seconds passed, what awaited them would be death. Before Fang Chen made his move, the 4th Heavenly King took the initiative to attack. Go to hell, kid. The 4th Heavenly King controlled the flying eagle and came to Fang Chen's side, fighting fiercely with the latter. I can't waste time. Fang Chen reminded himself in his heart. At the same time, he pushed the demon transformation divine art to the extreme. Invincible demonic aura spread out and the invincible demon body appeared. He directly gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. The power of the Shura storm increased by 1,000,000 times. The star-hidden sword carried an invincible aura as it pierced towards the 4th Heavenly King. Evil Ancestral Eye. During the attack, Fang Chen activated the Evil Ancestral Eye. The evil force fused with the invincible demonic aura. Dong. The sky shook. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword pierced forward and a void lotus appeared. This lotus was completely condensed from the evil force and at the same time, it also contained invincible demonic aura. Evil lotus. This was an idea that came to Fang Chen when he was comprehending the demon transformation divine art. He combined it with the evil ancestral eye to create the strongest killer move. As soon as the evil lotus appeared, the sky changed color. The next second, the evil lotus appeared in front of the 4th Heavenly King. 2 seconds later, the evil lotus exploded. Rip! When the 3rd second came, the evil lotus erupted with terrifying power and instantly sucked the 4th Heavenly King into it. Dong! When the evil lotus exploded, it emitted a bright light. Layers upon layers of powerful energy spread out like waves. In an instant, the god-vanquishing mountain range turned into ruins. Countless sky prides who had survived the disaster were incomparably terrified. Bang! 3 seconds had passed. Ying Xing and Lord Mental Demon flew out at the same time. Their injuries were too serious and they directly fainted. Crack! The Supreme Formation shattered and Daoist Bantan was also affected. However, he dodged in time and finally escaped the disaster. In a flash, Daoist Bantan came to the side of the 2 unconscious people and looked around vigilantly. The loud and clear voice rang out once again. The 2nd Heavenly King and the 3rd Heavenly King came together to encircle Fang Chen. Bang! The 4th Heavenly King's flying eagle was knocked down by Fang Chen's sword. After 3 seconds, under the attack of the flying eagle, the 4th Heavenly King's body and soul were destroyed. This was a huge blow to the Blackpool camp. All the Sky Prides stood in the square in a daze, unable to believe the reality in front of them. No one in the world can save you. I don't believe that you can maintain such a powerful attack several times. The 2 Heavenly Kings attacked like lightning. Fang Chen turned around and grinned. Although I can't maintain it too many times, it's enough to deal with you. As soon as his voice fell, he flicked the hidden star sword, and the evil lotus was condensed again. Buzz! The evil lotus instantly exploded, and a powerful force rushed out. The 2nd and 3rd Heavenly Kings desperately resisted, but it was useless. No. The third heavenly king screamed in horror as he was enveloped by the explosive force of the evil lotus. Die! Fang Chen didn't give the second heavenly king a chance and condensed another evil lotus. Bang! The second heavenly king fell. Exactly 5 seconds later, Fu Huan finally couldn't hold on anymore. The hot flames were swallowed up. And the hundreds of feet tall fireball also smashed into the god-vanquishing mountain range in an instant. Fu Huan, who had turned into a human, stood up with difficulty and walked to Fang Chen's side, wobbling. How is it? I can still fight, Fang Chen said. Fu Huan nodded heavily with high fighting spirit. My brothers. The first heavenly king's face was ferocious, and his hatred was monstrous. Seeing his 6 brothers die before his very eyes, he was extremely furious. I will break your bones, section by section, and imprison your primordial spirits in purgatory forever. The first heavenly king roared angrily. On the smooth surface of the mirror, everyone could clearly feel the anger of the first heavenly king. Things had developed to this point, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Many high-level members of the ancient sages' camp were secretly delighted. They seemed to see the dawn of victory. As long as Fang Chen and Fu Huan joined forces to defeat the first heavenly king, then the ancient sages' camp would win the final victory. The dawn was only 1 step away from them. But this last step was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Many geniuses were praying for Fang Chen, hoping that he could defeat the first heavenly king. The Black Swamp camp area was in an uproar. 6 heavenly kings died one after another in the hands of Fang Chen. This was a fact that they couldn't accept. Kill him, we must kill him. Unforgivable. Everyone's face was ferocious and full of anger. If it weren't for Wu Yu guarding here, they would have rushed to the ancient sages' camp area. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2679. Only Fang Chen and Fu Huan were left in the ancient sage camp, and they still had the power to fight. On the other side, there was a powerful number 1 heavenly king. At this moment, the number 1 heavenly king was full of momentum, and his body was shrouded in a powerful black luster. The eagle hovered above his head, exuding a power that made people tremble. You can't condense your lotus anymore, right? The number 1 heavenly king sneered. He could see that after continuously condensing the evil lotus, the latter's power had been exhausted, and it was almost impossible to condense it again. Therefore, the 2 of them would undoubtedly die. What should we do? Fu Huan asked in a low voice. If there was no other way, they could only fight to the death. Fang Chen's dark eyes looked at the number 1 heavenly king. There was no panic on his face, and he was very calm. You stay here and cover the rear. Fang Chen left a sentence, stomped his foot, and rushed toward the number 1 heavenly king. The space-time collapse technique was fully activated, and Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast, dazzling everyone. In the outside world, countless people were shocked. The speed of Shadow Walk was already invincible among the younger generation in the Celestial Master Sea. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen's speed was far beyond Shadow Walk's. With such speed, even Shadow Walk would be left in the dust. It's useless. Seeing Fang Chen struggling desperately, the number 1 heavenly king said disdainfully. Dong. He clenched his fist and punched out. Like Mount Tai, it bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying heavily. However, in the process of flying backward, Fang Chen borrowed the force and his body hovered in the sky again. Roar! The eagle swooped down, staring at Fang Chen's head and bombarding it. In the eyes of everyone, the eagle was getting closer and closer to Fang Chen. Once hit by the eagle, Fang Chen would instantly lose his combat strength, and the result would be obvious. Die! The number 1 heavenly king said confidently. In his view, Fang Chen was already a dead man. However, Fang Chen did not give up. He floated in the air and stared at the eagle that was swooping down. When Fei Ying was still 1 step away from him, he murmured in his heart. All of a sudden, a small mountain appeared out of thin air and suppressed the eagle that was whizzing over to the ground. Crack! Absolute power surged out from the small mountain, and Fei Ying was unable to struggle at all. All the bones in his body shattered, and he collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? This sudden scene also stunned the number one heavenly king. This is a pinnacle true treasure. The number one heavenly king exclaimed. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would still have a trump card up his sleeve. Damn it. The number one heavenly king was furious. He stomped his foot and charged towards Fang Chen. At the most critical moment, Immortal Cave Mountain had suppressed the eagle. As for Fang Chen, when he saw the first heavenly king charging towards him, a sinister smile appeared on his face. With a pinch of his finger, a dazzling lotus immediately materialized. No. Seeing this, the number one heavenly king's heart was filled with fear. He shook his head frantically and shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the people outside were also shocked. Could Fang Chen's power still support him to condense the evil lotus? It's enough to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the evil lotus wrapped around the number one heavenly king and then exploded with a loud bang. When the upper echelons of the Black Swamp camp saw Fang Chen condense the evil lotus, they were completely stunned. But soon, they were overshadowed and lowered their heads. Dong. The number one heavenly king's body and soul were destroyed. This last evil lotus completely drained all the power in Fang Chen's body. His body directly fell to the ground, and his breath was weak. He had lost his combat power. However, relying on his last consciousness, Fang Chen entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Crack. Fei Ying, who was suppressed by Immortal Cave Mountain, also disappeared with its master. The entire god-destroying mountain range was shocked. Even Fu Huan didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to do this. He's too strong. Fang Chen had single-handedly slaughtered the 7 young heavenly kings of the Black Swamp camp. This strength shocked everyone. Phew. After the crisis was resolved, Fu Huan breathed a sigh of relief. He checked that although the 3 heavenly kings were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. He was relieved. Walking to the front of Immortal Cave Mountain, he felt a mighty surge of power. What is this? Fu Huan was very surprised and muttered to himself. Thinking about it, it should be Brother Fang's treasure. Thinking of this, Fu Huan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After this battle, Fang Chen was fully deserving of the title of number one of the younger generation in the Celestial Master Sea. He suppressed the Black Swamp chaos, and no one could beat him. Suddenly, Fu Huan's heart moved slightly. His pitch-black eyes swept across the surroundings. Immediately, he leaped and disappeared into the forest. In the following time, there was a one-sided massacre in the god-destroying mountain range. Fu Huan was the leader of the 4 heavenly prides. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was injured, the other heavenly prides of the Black Swamp camp could not compare to him. Although they were already defending against Fu Huan's attacks, the difference in strength was too great. In just half a day, Fu Huan's body was covered in blood. When he returned to Immortal Cave Mountain, the 200 heavenly prides of the Black Swamp camp who entered the god-destroying mountain range were all dead. None of them survived. Under the smooth mirror, many of the higher-ups of the Black Swamp camp vomited blood in anger. The ancient sage camp has crossed the line. That's right. The Black Swamp camp has already lost, and you still want to kill all of us? Do you think the Black Swamp chaos has no one? The ancient sage camp has to give us an explanation. Otherwise, we don't mind going all out. For a moment, the higher-ups of the Black Swamp camp on the rostrum roared and questioned the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp. Mph, what a joke. If the result of this battle was that we were slaughtered, would you still say this? That's right. Everything is within the rules. Our heavenly prides of the ancient sage camp did not break the rules. By saying this, are you questioning the 3 great leaders? At the mention of the 3 great leaders, the higher-ups of the Black Swamp camp immediately became vigilant. They looked at Wu Yu, who was sitting in the center, with fear. Wu Yu raised his head. Fu Huan and Fang Chen did not break the rules. Everything is within the rules. With one sentence, he directly resolved the dispute between the 2 camps. Since the great leaders had spoken, the Black Swamp camp did not dare to say anything. However, their hearts were filled with anger. They could not wait to destroy the ancient sage chaos faction immediately. On the square, the disciples of the 2 camps were also arguing. The foreign races of the Black Swamp camp were gritting their teeth, while the people of the ancient sage camp were grinning from ear to ear. The battle of the god-destroying mountain range had come to an end. Everyone was waiting for Wu Yu to announce the end of the third round. However, he did not announce it. On the smooth mirror, something strange happened again. Lord Mental Demon, Shadow Walker, and Daoist Bantan were all unconscious and had not woken up. And Fang Chen had entered Immortal Cave Mountain again. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Only Fu Huan was guarding here. However, he was also seriously injured. In addition to the previous killing, he had consumed too much of his energy. Fu Huan sat cross-legged, leaning on Immortal Cave Mountain. Poochie. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Fu Huan cursed in his heart. When he was fighting the first Heavenly King, he was seriously injured. Now, he finally could not hold on any longer. Phew. Fortunately, all the danger had passed. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the darkness. Fu Huan's injuries are very serious. He can't hold on any longer. Yes, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move. Several people of the ancient sage camp secretly discussed and wanted to make a move on Fu Huan. As long as they killed Fu Huan and the other four, they had hope of entering the top 3 and even winning first place. That was an unimaginable opportunity. This is our chance. We must seize it. As for the anger of the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp, after we enter the top 3, we will seek the protection of the 3 great leaders of the god-destroying island. Thinking of this, several figures whizzed out and surrounded Fu Huan in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Fu Huan's face became completely gloomy. Outside, after seeing this scene through the smooth mirror, everyone was furious. Despicable guys. Betraying the ancient sage camp. You are unforgivable. Even the higher-ups of the ancient sage camp on the rostrum were furious. They are disciples of the Demon Sword Island. A mere Demon Sword Island dares to betray the ancient sage camp. They are the future hope of our ancient sage camp. We can't lose them. Many voices of suppression spread throughout the god-destroying square. The scaly ancient god had already fled when he saw that the situation was not right. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2680. A damned camel was bigger than a horse. No matter how injured Fu Huan was, he had the foundation. It was extremely difficult for these geniuses to kill him. He turned into a fiery bull, spewing out monstrous flames, and fought fiercely with everyone. Die. Several geniuses knew Fu Huan's weakness, so they attacked him together. Puff. The flames soared into the sky and burned a genius to ashes in an instant. After that, the fiery bull was besieged by everyone. After holding on for an hour, Fu Huan finally couldn't hold on anymore. Bang! His body hit the mountain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was weak, and his eyes were blurred. He was about to lose consciousness. I will never let you hurt. Before he could finish his words, he fell into a coma. Seeing this, several geniuses laughed heartily. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they could seek the protection of the 3 giants of the god-destroying island. At that time, the ancient sages' camp would be nothing. They were fearless. Inside the mountain, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong carnate yi wood aura. His injuries were healing rapidly. The evil lotus consumed too much power, especially the last one, which directly drained all his strength. Phew. After a long while, Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was a little ruddy. Although his injuries hadn't healed, he had a preliminary combat ability. I wonder what's going on outside. He stood up and looked at the outside world through Immortal Cave Mountain. What he saw infuriated him greatly. Damn it. Fang Chen moved his mind and took a step forward. On the mirror, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, it caused an uproar. Countless martial artists were astonished by this. Only the Star Ancient Realm experts knew how terrifying Fang Chen's healing ability was. Previously, his injuries were extremely serious, but under such circumstances, he was able to recover in just an hour. It's terrifying. No wonder he was the strongest genius since ancient times. Fang Chen? The faces of several people who were approaching Fu Huan stiffened. Scum. Fang Chen said softly and then performed the Shura sword technique. Poochie. After swinging his sword several times, these people did not have any power to resist and were all turned into ashes. God-slaying Plaza. Wu Yu stood up and cleared his throat. The third round of the competition has ended. Huala. With a wave of his hand, the smooth mirror disappeared. The powerful restriction around the god-vanquishing mountain range in the distance also disappeared instantly. Fang Chen dragged his tired body and led Fu Huan and the other three out of the god-slaying mountain range. The remaining Sky Prides looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. None of them dared to approach him. The return of the hero was revered by the masses. When Fang Chen returned to the god-slaying plaza, a round of enthusiastic applause rang out. Everyone in the ancient sage's camp was excited and jubilant, while the Black Marsha's camp was deathly silent. They glared at Fang Chen angrily, wishing they could tear him into pieces. The Blackpool camp had suffered great losses in this competition of geniuses. All the young geniuses were annihilated. The battle of the geniuses is now over. The top 10 are. Wu Yu began to announce the results. From the 10th place onwards, all the Sky Prides were from the ancient sage's camp. This made the higher-ups of the ancient sage's camp happy. 5th place, Taoist Bantan. 4th place, Yingxing. 3rd place, Lord Mental Demon. After a slight pause, Wu Yu continued, 2nd place, Fu Huan. After Fu Huan's name was announced, everyone knew that the 1st place belonged to Fang Chen. 1st place, Fang Chen. Even so, when Wu Yu announced Fang Chen's name, it caused an uproar. Everyone looked back. Fang Chen was the real dark horse. He had successfully won 1st place in the Battle of the Geniuses with his absolute strength. From now on, the title of the strongest Sky Pride in the Heavenly Venerate Sea would be his. At the same time, everyone also believed that he was the strongest Sky Pride in the Heavenly Venerate Sea since ancient times. Next, the rewards were given out. The 4th to 10th places all received a piece of rainbow immortal gold. When the members of the Black Marsha's camp saw this, their eyes were filled with even more hatred. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, the rainbow immortal gold would have been theirs. But now, it was useless to say this. They couldn't do anything on the god-slaying island. Lord Mental Demon and Fu Huan each chose a supreme divine technique that was compatible with them. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. Think about it first. You can make a decision after you think about it. Wu Yu said before Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The battle of the geniuses had ended. Countless people were reluctant to leave. However, under Wu Yu's command, the people from the two camps quickly left the god-slaying island. Fang Chen, come visit me when you have time. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you have made great contributions to the ancient sage's camp this time. If you need anything, just let me know. The higher-ups of the ancient sage's camp all greeted Fang Chen before they left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts on the god-slaying island had left. Wu Yu was about to say something when Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He then said anxiously, "Senior, my brothers are here to find me. I have to go and welcome them. I will return to the god-slaying island later." With that, without waiting for Wu Yu to speak, Fang Chen took a big stride forward and charged into the vast sea. In a sea not too far away from the god-slaying island, Little Mouse and the other 4 were controlling a warship and moving forward quickly. "Why aren't we there yet?" Little Mouse said anxiously. Soon. The god-slaying island is just ahead. We will be able to see Boss soon." The 5 of them were secretly delighted. However, at this moment, on the surface of the sea, a sudden gust of wind blew. Huge waves rolled up countless water pillars. A dangerous aura began to spread out. "Be careful. It's dangerous." Pangolin controlled the warship and quickly dodged the huge waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A humanoid monster covered in scales, carrying a powerful aura, walked over on the waves. An ancient god. Seeing this, the 5 fellows turned pale with fright. If it was an ordinary ancient god, they would be able to fight him together. However, the guy in front of them was too powerful. They did not even have the courage to fight him. "Don't worry. Maybe this expert is not coming for us," Little C said. The 5 of them stood on the warship and looked ahead cautiously. Splash! The sea water swayed and the warship shook violently. Monstrous waves swept over. The scaled ancient god moved forward on the waves and looked at the warship. "Ants, how dare you stop me from moving forward?" The scaled ancient god was furious and wanted to vent his anger. Since he happened to meet Little Mouse and the other 4, he would not show mercy. Whoosh! The scaled ancient god waved his hand and huge waves rolled up the warship. Crack! The warship broke apart and Little Mouse and the other 4 fell into the sea. Die! The scaled ancient god attacked again and shot a powerful attack at Little Mouse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The speed of the dark cave mountain was increased to the maximum. Faster! Fang Chen was very happy. However, when he got closer to Little Mouse and the others, he felt the scaled ancient god's aura and became anxious. Soon, he saw the scaled ancient god. Despicable! Fang Chen cursed and became more anxious. When he saw the scaly ancient god attack, he suddenly appeared above Immortal Cave Mountain and whizzed forward. At the same time, he waved the star-hidden sword and the Azura storm moved forward quickly and shrouded the scaled ancient god. Bang! The scaled ancient god shattered the Azura storm easily and turned his head to look behind. Fang Chen? A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the scaled ancient god. There is a path to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you barge in. In a flash, Fang Chen arrived in front of Little Mouse and the other 4 on the dark cave mountain. Oh no, the Scarlet Vortex. Seeing that the Scarlet Vortex was about to appear, Fang Chen rushed to the surface of the sea and brought the 5 of them into the dark cave mountain. Boss! Little Mouse and the others were in despair and waiting for death to come. Who would have thought that their boss would appear at the critical moment? Ha ha ha, I missed you so much. The 5 of them surrounded Fang Chen in the middle, looking very close. Boom! The dark cave mountain shook and Fang Chen's body swayed. Boss, let's run away quickly. The monster outside is too strong, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned. Through the dark cave mountain, he saw the evil-looking scaled ancient god. If I came a little later, I would never see my brother again. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Wait for me here. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared at the peak of the dark cave mountain and stared at the scaled ancient god. A white token appeared in his palm. Chapter 2681. Hand over the demonic transformation divine skill. Seeing Fang Chen standing at the peak of Mount Dongming, the scaly ancient god's lips curled into a sinister smile. If he had hidden in Mount Dongming, the scaled ancient god would not have been able to do anything to him. But now, he had come out to die. An ancient god of the star ancient realm actually dares to attack a mysterious god realm warrior? Fang Chen sneered and secretly infused power into the white token. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared on the white token. Then, it emitted a faint light. I'll capture you and search your soul. I can still get what I want. The scaled ancient god did not waste any more time. He stretched out his hand and a shocking power whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, his hand appeared in front of Fang Chen. The surrounding void crumbled as the scaly ancient god's hand was covered in scales. At the critical moment, the scales released a powerful force and locked the void around Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange color. Just as he was about to use the stellar transposition to escape, he suddenly froze. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Rip! In the distant sky, the void was torn apart. It was as if an ancient power had pierced through the sky and whizzed over. The scaled ancient god instantly felt a horrified aura. However, he gritted his teeth and prepared to capture Fang Chen. Boom! A figure in white appeared in the sky. Her graceful figure was surrounded by a biting cold aura. She stretched out her fair hand and flicked her finger. Suddenly, a majestic finger radiance condensed in the vast void and shot out at lightning speed. Before the scaly ancient god could touch Fang Chen's body, it hit him. Puff! Even though the scaled ancient god tried his best to resist, it was useless. The power contained in the finger radiance was so strong that the scaled ancient god could not resist it. When the finger radiance penetrated his body, countless scales fell off. His body flew out with a bang and smashed into the sea. Voila! The figure of the woman in white appeared like a ghost. Thank you, Senior. From beginning to end, Fang Chen didn't even have time to speak before the battle was over. Even the scaly ancient god, who was at the star ancient realm, was powerless in front of the woman in white. With just a flick of his finger, and from a distance at that, the scaly ancient god was blasted into the sea. Let's go. From the beginning to the end, the woman in white didn't even look at the scaly ancient god. She didn't even care whether he was dead or alive. Following behind the white-robed woman, Fang Chen was even more certain that she was one of the 3 giants of the God-slaying island. Soon, they arrived at the God-slaying island. Take care of your own matters first. Come to the city lord's mansion later. The woman in white left Fang Chen behind and left. Fang Chen nodded and returned to Dark Cave Mountain. Boss. When Little Mouse and the others saw that Fang Chen had returned, they immediately surrounded him. Their faces were filled with excitement. Boss, why did you come to the Empyrean Sea? Are you here to look for us? Boss, how did you get out of the Blackstone prison? These few fellows, one after another, were very excited. Fang Chen briefly told the 5 guys about his experiences over the years. After hearing the story, they were extremely shocked. They all gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. As expected of our boss. It's only been a few years and you've already established your own force in the chaotic void. Moreover, it's the 6th largest clan. Shura Sword Sect. What a domineering name. Boss, give me the title of Elder. Little Mouse was more lively and said with a smile. Suppressing the current major clans. That's amazing. That's right. The Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan have gone too far. Boss, you must teach them a lesson when you return. Reuniting after a long time, the brothers had too much to say to each other. They sat cross-legged on the ground and talked about their experiences over the years. After a few hours, Fang Chen got up. You guys cultivate in Dark Cave Mountain first. I'll go to the City Lord's mansion. God-destroying island, City Lord's mansion. It was a dazzling sight. The entire City Lord's mansion was enveloped by a majestic array. The moment Fang Chen stepped into the City Lord's mansion, the 3 big shots knew about it. Come directly to the meeting hall. Wu Yu transmitted his voice. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat and he sped up. The entire City Lord's mansion is like an independent space. Most importantly, I can feel the aura of a space-type treasure here. Fang Chen thought to himself. After communicating with the heart of Xianming, Fang Chen had already confirmed that the City Lord's mansion was a space-type treasure similar to the one in Dark Cave Mountain. What a big deal. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the 3 big shots of God-destroying island, the strongest in the Heavenly Master Sea. They actually used such a precious space-type treasure as the City Lord's mansion. When he came to the meeting hall, the door was open. Fang Chen walked in. 3 bronze thrones stood side by side at the front. In the centermost position sat the big shot that Fang Chen was familiar with. He was Wu Yu. As for the man on the left, it was his first time seeing him. When Fang Chen's gaze fell on the throne on the right, his eyes lit up. It was indeed the white-robed lady. Junior Fang Chen greets the 3 seniors. Trying hard to control the shock in his heart, Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted them. Wu Yu and Wu Gan nodded in satisfaction. The white-robed lady quietly sized up Fang Chen and didn't say a word. You're really amazing. I didn't expect to meet such a monstrous genius in the Heavenly Master Sea after so many years. Wu Yu praised Fang Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. Yeah. Not only did you break He Shen's record, but you also broke Mao Shan's record. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're the strongest genius in the Heavenly Master Sea. Wu Gan was even more impressed. With your potential, as long as you can get enough cultivation resources, it's only a matter of time before you step into the Life Ancient realm. Fang Chen could feel that when he entered the meeting hall, the surroundings had been sealed by a seal. His heart skipped a beat as he tried to guess what the 3 leaders wanted to do. Could it be that they wanted to assassinate him? There was no need for that. If they wanted to kill him, they could have done it on the sea. Why would they need to do this? You've cultivated the demonic transformation divine art. Wu Yu continued, and you're able to cultivate it to the second level. Although you have Ling Er's help, you're still considered a genius. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook as he looked at the white-robed lady with a dumbfounded expression. He had always guessed that the demonic transformation divine art was given to him by Marushan and He Xian. Who would have thought that the white-robed lady had secretly given it to him? Could it be that when I was fighting with He Xian, she was secretly watching me? Fang Chen thought to himself. After a moment, Fang Chen understood and nodded gently. The white-robed lady was one of the 3 leaders and her cultivation had reached the life-ancient realm. Her strength was unparalleled. She should have sensed the token that she gave him when he first set foot on the god-destroying island. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt grateful to the white-robed lady. You don't have to think too much. The reason why Ling Er helped you is because you have the evil ancestral eye, not because you're outstanding. Wu Qian grinned and said, with Ling Er's personality, even if you're a star ancient realm prodigy, she would still ignore you. Evil ancestral eye? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the white-robed lady be related to the evil ancestral eye? Fang Chen's face was filled with confusion. One of the owners of the evil ancestral eye was once Ling Er's disciple, Wu Qian explained. I see. Fang Chen finally understood. When he first met the white-robed lady, the reason why she had given him the token was entirely because of the evil ancestral eye. Fang Chen saw that when Wu Qian said this, the white-robed lady's eyes clearly changed a little. No wonder she told me to pay more attention to the connection between the evil ancestral eye and the demonic transformation divine art. The truth was revealed. However, why did the 3 leaders call me here? Just to give me 3 supreme divine arts. Sure enough, just as Fang Chen's thoughts were running wild, Wu Yu spoke. You won first place in the genius competition and should receive 3 supreme divine arts. Moreover, you can choose any of them, Wu Yu said. However, we have already chosen your 3 supreme divine arts. Whoosh! Wu Yu waved his hand and immediately, 3 golden scrolls appeared in front of Fang Chen. We have chosen 3 supreme divine arts that are very compatible with you based on your characteristics, Wu Yu said with a smile. It can be said that these 3 supreme divine arts are completely created for you. Chapter 2682. The 3 golden scrolls were filled with a fierce aura. He extended his hand and held the 3 scrolls. Instantly, he felt a strong power enter his body. Don't be in a hurry to look at the 3 scrolls. Wu Gan smiled and said, what we are going to tell you next might be related to your future path of martial arts. It's very important. You have to consider it carefully. Fang Chen was even more confused. What did the 3 great leaders want to talk about? I believe you should know that the ancient Saint Chaos is just a void in the vast chaotic world. Wu Gan continued, it's the same for the Blackpool Chaos. When heaven and earth were created, the chaos was forcefully separated and turned into countless fragments. Each fragment is a chaos world of its own. The chaotic world is the limit of the world. There are even rumors that everything in front of us was created by the top experts who stood at the peak of the chaotic world, including the power of Heaven Wei, Wu Gan said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Fang Chen was shocked. The 3 of us are not natives of the celestial ocean. We came from the deepest part of the chaotic world, the core of the primordial chaos. Wu Yu took over the topic. Primordial chaos? After knowing about the ancient Saint Chaos and the Blackpool Chaos, although he was surprised about the primordial chaos, he wasn't shocked. He listened to what the 3 great leaders said seriously. In the vast chaotic world, every chaotic world is an independent existence. There is an independent Heaven Wei running inside. Whenever 2 chaotic worlds are close to each other, there will definitely be an area like the celestial ocean. Wu Gan said, in the vast chaotic world, there are countless celestial ocean existences. To put it simply, the celestial ocean is a battle between 2 chaotic worlds. We are here to complete our mission. You can call us the messengers of the primordial chaos. We are here to select some demon-like geniuses and send them to the primordial chaos for training. Over the years, you are the third batch of geniuses that we have selected. Fang Chen pointed at himself and his mouth was agape. The battle between geniuses was the three great leaders selecting geniuses. In this battle between geniuses, we made use of the conflict between the two camps to secretly select geniuses. In the end, 5 people were chosen, and you are one of them. Wu Yu smiled and said, "To be honest, we were a little worried before the competition. We were afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the final 5 places. However, you didn't let us down. You took first place in this competition with absolute strength." When he said this, Wu Yu was also very happy. After all, Fang Chen's potential was too great. To be able to cultivate to the void ancient realm in 17,000 years, one would be considered a supreme genius in the entire primal chaos world. When you stepped into the void ancient realm, not only did you break the record of the Empyrean Sea, but you also broke the record of the primal chaos realm. Even the younger generation of the major clans in the primordial chaos can't compare to you. In the vast primal chaos world, there were countless primal chaos voids and countless geniuses. According to historical records, the fastest sky pride in history to break through to the void ancient realm was Jiyu Tianhua, a sky pride from the primordial chaos Jiyu clan. However, with the help of the Jiyu family's countless cultivation resources, he still spent 1,000,000 years. When we found out about your situation, the 3 of us were also extremely shocked. To step into the void ancient realm in less than 20,000 years, it's simply unheard of. Wu Gan said. You probably don't know how terrifying the record you've created is. You have to know that since the primal chaos world was formed, the fastest sky pride to break through to the void ancient realm was Jiyu Tianhua, a sky pride of the Jiyu family. He spent 100 years. At that time, Jiyu Tianhua's breakthrough shook the entire primal chaos world. A storm was set off in the primordial chaos world, and the Jiyu family went crazy. On the other hand, the opposing forces of the Jiyu family were all frowning as they tried everything they could to kill Jiyu Tianhua. One could imagine what it meant to be a 100-year ancient god. But now, in the primal chaos world, a 10,000-year ancient god had appeared in the primal chaos world. This record had been broken by 100 times. If this news spread back, it would definitely shock the entire primordial chaos world. With your potential, when you go to the primal chaos world, you will become a core sky pride of a large clan. It won't be long before you can step into the life ancient realm. Wu Gan said. If you continue to stay in the primal chaos world, it will be very difficult for you to take another step forward. The primal chaos world is the core of the primal chaos world, and it is also the most prosperous place. The primal chaos world can't compare to the primal chaos world. You will be able to come into contact with a higher level of martial Dao there. On the path of martial Dao, the more one comprehended, the more one felt that it was incomparably vast. Now, Fang Chen was standing at the peak of the primal chaos world. He even had a trace of doubt about the martial Dao he had comprehended before. Don't be fooled by the number of ancient gods in the Empyrean Sea. In fact, some ancient gods will never be able to leave the Empyrean Sea because they are restricted by the heavenly energy. Wu Yu said. Fang Chen was even more confused. Why was that? The races in the primal chaos world had once dominated the primal chaos world in a certain era. Why had they fallen to such a state? Originally, Fang Chen naively thought that the Empyrean Sea was just a place of death. However, ever since he obtained Immortal Cave Mountain, he felt that the Empyrean Sea was not ordinary. After entering the Empyrean Sea, this feeling became more and more intense. Now, he vaguely had a guess. In the primal chaos world, there are many primal chaos voids that are divided into strong and weak. The primal chaos world is at the edge of the primal chaos world and is considered a barren land. The heavenly energy here is scarce and the martial Dao is backward. It is unable to support so many ancient gods. Once all the ancient gods in the Empyrean Sea rush into the primal chaos world, it will definitely explode. Wu Qian explained, the heavenly path reincarnation. Those rulers who stand at the peak of the primal chaos world have set a series of rules to achieve the balanced development of the primal chaos world. That is why the primal chaos void is destroyed and reborn. There are also many ancient gods who are chased into the Empyrean Sea. Actually, the Empyrean Sea is a battlefield to reduce the number of ancient gods. The more ancient gods there are, the greater the burden on the primal chaos void. Therefore, the heavenly path took action and set off a war between the two camps to reduce the number of ancient gods. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Wu Qian's words were extremely mysterious. Especially when it involved the heavenly energy and the rulers who controlled the heavenly path and set the rules. How strong are they? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Perhaps, those rulers were like the Creator. With a thought, they could sweep through every corner of the primal chaos world and know everything like the back of their hand. Perhaps, to them, the many primal chaos voids fighting each other was just a kind of entertainment. Lowly lives would never be able to attract the attention of the rulers. What other questions do you have? Wu Yu asked. Fang Chen pondered and then asked, are all the strong people in the primal chaos world gathered in the primal chaos world? Wu Yu nodded, that's right. The primal chaos world is the core of the primal chaos world and also the most prosperous place. There, martial arts flourishes and cultivation resources are abundant. It is simply a cultivation holy land. You will know all this when you go there. After saying so much, Fang Chen had some understanding of the primal chaos world. Your batch will be the last batch in our term. After the 5 of you settle the mundane matters, the 3 of us will personally bring you back to the primal chaos world, Wu Yu continued. Can I refuse? Fang Chen smiled. The expressions of the 3 great leaders changed as their gazes focused on Fang Chen at the same time. After a long while, Wu Qian said, you have to think carefully. Not everyone is qualified to go to the primal chaos world. If you give up, you will stop at the level of ancient god and will never be able to step into the peak of martial arts. Let me think about it, Fang Chen said. There are still 3 years before we leave. During this time, you have to think about it carefully. At the same time, go back and settle the mundane matters, Wu Qian said. Then, he waved his hand and sent Fang Chen out of the meeting hall. What if he still doesn't agree? Wu Yu asked. What can we do? We can't force this guy, right? Wu Qian was helpless. He had already made the primal chaos world so tempting, but the latter was still unmoved. The lady in white sitting on the far right didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen's back as he left and muttered, he will agree. Chapter 2683. In Fang Chen, the white-clothed woman saw the stubbornness and passion for martial arts of her former disciple. People like them couldn't resist the temptation of reaching the peak of martial arts. Therefore, the woman in white believed that Fang Chen would agree. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Dark Cave Mountain. Boss, why did the 3 giants ask you to go? Did they see your talent and want to take you as a disciple? Little Mouse grinned. Brother Mouse, are you out of your mind? Can't you see such a simple thing? Of course, they asked Boss to choose the most powerful divine technique, Xiao Huang said. Do I need you to tell me that? The 5 guys' daily life was to bicker. Fang Chen couldn't do anything about it. After staying for a few days on the god-slaying island, Fang Chen was ready to leave. Every time he thought of the magnificent primordial chaos, there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. Why do we cultivate martial arts? Fang Chen asked. Now, in the vast primordial chaos, he was almost invincible. Except for the star ancient experts in the heavenly Venerate Sea, almost no one was his match. With a thought, he could destroy a celestial realm and even cause a great shock to the primordial chaos. His family and friends could be completely protected from being bullied by outsiders. But the more it was like this, the heavier he felt. It had been less than 20,000 years since he started cultivating, and his state of mind was still inferior to the older generation. Forget it, let's go back to the primordial chaos first, Fang Chen said. With Fang Chen's current strength, there was almost no threat in the heavenly Venerate Sea. Every time he passed by an island, he would be discovered by some star ancient realm ancient gods, who would then invite Fang Chen to be a guest. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chen. A few months later, Dark Cave Mountain appeared on Twin Head Island. Standing at the peak of Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen looked at Twin Head Island with a smile on his face. I wonder how Patriarch Rhinoceros is doing now. Fang Chen murmured. In the past, they had entered the Empyrean Sea together. Now, he had already obtained extremely high accomplishments. He wondered how the others were doing. Boss, is that the twin-headed island you were talking about? The little mouse asked. That's right. The Rhinoceros Horn clan is on Twin Head Island. Let's go take a look, Fang Chen said. Twin-headed island. Ever since the Rhinoceros Horn clan occupied Twin Head Island, the island developed rapidly. The people of the Rhinoceros Horn clan returned to the celestial Venerate Sea and were extremely excited. After Fang Chen left, the 5 kings also broke through to the Void Ancient Realm. As for the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch, he had reached the Middle Void Ancient Realm. The overall strength of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was rising day by day. However, a few days ago, they ran into some trouble. In the middle of the island, in a mansion. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. The Demon King said angrily. That's right. The Demonic Arm clan has gone too far, said King Wu. They want us to leave Twin Head Island within 3 months or they'll kill us all. What a joke. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have an ancient god at the peak of the Void Ancient Realm? The 5 kings' faces were filled with anger. The Demonic Arm clan was too strong. The Rhinoceros Horn clan was no match for them. The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch fell into silence. A pained expression appeared on his face. The Rhinoceros Horn clan, which had been going smoothly, finally encountered a life-and-death crisis. Last time, they were lucky enough to escape. How were they going to deal with this time? Report, the Demonic Arm clan is attacking. Suddenly, a member of the Rhinoceros Horn clan rushed in to report. Hearing this, the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch flung his robe and said, "Forget it." Then, his figure flashed and he floated in the air. In the distant horizon, a mighty aura rushed over. The leader was the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch, a famous Peak Void Ancient Realm expert. Rhinoceros Horn, what's your decision? The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch asked in a deep voice. If you lead the Rhinoceros Horn clan and submit to my Demonic Arm clan, we'll give you 1/3 of the Heavenly Sovereign Sea in the future. Humph. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch snorted. How could he not know what the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch was thinking? If you want to take over my Rhinoceros Horn clan, then bring it on, the Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch said coldly without the slightest fear. Hearing this, the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch's face darkened. Your strength is simply not worth mentioning in front of me. I will let you see with your own eyes how your clansmen will die in front of you, yet you will not be able to do anything even if you want to. As soon as the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch finished speaking, he waved his robe and a vast power rushed down. Dong! Countless buildings below exploded. The terrifying power swept through the Rhinoceros Horn clan's clansmen. Miserable screams came from the thick smoke. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch's eyes were red as he roared in anger. It's useless. You can't protect anyone. The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch threw out another punch. The entire Twin Head Island shook. Countless Rhinoceros Horn clan's clansmen died. Let's fight it out with him. Rather than waiting for death here, why don't we give it our all? The 5 kings stood side by side with the Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch. Ant-like existence. The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch raised his palm and was ready to attack again. Enough. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared and took a step forward. With a powerful force, he arrived in front of the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch. Scram! The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch spat out a word. Then, the Rhinoceros Horn clan's Patriarch flew out like a kite. As for the 5 kings, they were shrouded in energy and couldn't move. Although killing you is as easy as killing an ant, I won't kill you. The Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch licked his dry lips and said eerily, I'll let you taste despair. Watch your clansmen die in my hands one by one. Whoosh. As he spoke, the Demonic Arm clan's Patriarch threw out another attack. The terrifying power swept across the entire Rhinoceros Horn clan. Countless Rhinoceros Horn clan members died under the powerful force. Ah! The Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch was covered in blood and wounds. He looked up to the sky and roared. Every time he attacked, he would be mercilessly sent flying by the demonic Arm clan's patriarch. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The 5 kings glared at the demonic Arm clan's patriarch. The demonic Arm clan's patriarch laughed arrogantly and waved his hand to destroy the Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch. Just as the demonic Arm clan's patriarch was killing everyone, Fang Chen happened to be riding on Dongming Mountain and approaching Twin Head Island. Even from far away, Fang Chen could feel the shocking power coming from Twin Head Island. It's at least a late void ancient realm ancient god. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that the Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch had encountered a powerful enemy? Whoosh! Fang Chen's divine consciousness spread out and covered Twin Head Island. He immediately found the demonic Arm clan's patriarch. Peak void ancient realm? Seeing the demonic Arm clan's patriarch killing the Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch, Fang Chen's face was filled with horror. Rip! He waved his hand and the void tore open. He stepped into the crack. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the demonic Arm clan's patriarch. Dong! He used his physical body to take the demonic Arm clan's patriarch's punch. The majestic fist radiance hit Fang Chen's body and dissipated. The sudden change caused the demonic Arm clan's patriarch's face to change drastically. The demonic Arm clan's patriarch behind him also cried out. The 5 great kings, who were in despair, were excited when they saw the tall figure. It's really him. Ha ha ha, I knew it. It must be him. Previously, they had heard the news about the god-slaying island and could not believe it. Now, they were finally sure that the peerless genius was Fang Chen. The Rhinoceros Horn clan's patriarch, who was in a frenzy, gradually calmed down. His eyes were filled with passion as he stared at Fang Chen. As a peak void ancient realm ancient god, how dare you kill the innocent? Fang Chen asked calmly. The demonic Arm clan's patriarch was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, an ordinary ancient god would not be able to take it. The guy in front of him used his physical body to take it. Interesting. Who are you? The demonic Arm clan's patriarch said coldly. How dare you interfere with the matters of my demonic Arm clan? Demonic Arm clan? Fang Chen shook his head. There is no demonic Arm clan in the Celestial Master Sea. You! The demonic Arm clan's patriarch raised his eyebrows and stared at Fang Chen. The 5 great kings, who were familiar with Fang Chen, knew that Fang Chen had the intention to kill. From now on, the demonic Arm clan would not appear in the Celestial Master Sea. Chapter 2684. What a joke. An early void ancient realm trash dares to threaten to destroy my tribe. The patriarch of the Demon Arm tribe laughed instead of being angry. His words were filled with mockery and threats. Did you just let the patriarch of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe watch his tribesmen being killed one by one in front of you? Fang Chen continued, now, I'm going to kill all of your tribesmen in front of you. Fang Chen threw out a punch as soon as he finished speaking. You're courting death. The patriarch of the Demon Arm tribe roared. Monstrous demonic chi surrounded his arms and instantly surged. His arms collided with Fang Chen's fist radiance. A terrifying force exploded and spread in all directions. Dong. At the same time, Fang Chen threw out another punch. Without the patriarch of the Demon Arm tribe blocking him, the power of the punch directly hit the tribesman behind the patriarch. Oh no! It was too late when the tribesman sensed danger approaching. Crack! When the fist radiance exploded, all of the tribesmen of the Demon Arm tribe died. None of them escaped. No. The patriarch of the Demon Arm tribe cried out with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with anger. I'm going to destroy your body and soul. The patriarch of the Demon Arm tribe blocked Fang Chen's fist radiance with his arms. His face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Fang Chen. You can't even block one of my punches and you want to kill me? Fang Chen sneered. Aren't you used to standing on top and looking down on the common people? I'll let you have a taste of being humiliated. Aren't you very capable? I killed your tribesmen, but you can't do anything to me. Fang Chen continued to provoke the patriarch of the demon arm tribe. The patriarch of the demon arm tribe went crazy. He roared into the sky and demonized. His entire body was enveloped by demonic qi. In the next moment, he charged straight at Fang Chen. Others are like ants in your eyes, but aren't you the same in my eyes? Fang Chen smiled calmly. With a flip of his palm, a huge mountain appeared in the sky, instantly suppressing the chief of the demon arm tribe. You're too weak. Every word Fang Chen said struck the demon arm patriarch's heart deeply. With Fang Chen's current strength, the demon arm patriarch was really weak. Even Fu Huan and the others couldn't defeat him, let alone him. His Azura sword skill, Evil Lotus, hadn't been used yet. Suppressing an ancient god at the peak of the void ancient realm with a flip of his hand, this scene completely shocked everyone. The 5 kings who were imprisoned regained their freedom after the demonic arm patriarch was severely injured. They froze on the spot, staring at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them was Fang Chen, who had fought side by side with them. Am I dreaming? Especially the Sword King, who had once guided Fang Chen in his swordsmanship as an elder. But now, his heart was very complicated. That was an expert at the peak of the void ancient realm. Even someone as strong as the rhinoceros horn patriarch couldn't withstand one move from him. However, such an expert was suppressed by the thin figure in front of him. Is there anything he can't do? The 5 kings murmured at the same time. The rhinoceros horn patriarch in the distance was also stunned. Damn it. The demon arm patriarch struggled desperately. The mountain on top of him shook as if it would be overturned at any time. I'm going to kill you. The demon arm patriarch used his trump card in an attempt to break free from the shackles. Now, he didn't want revenge anymore. He just wanted to escape from this place. Where there's life, there's hope. He didn't want to die, and he couldn't die. An ant will always be an ant. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Fang Chen said indifferently. Crack. The mountain on top of the demon arm patriarch suddenly exploded. The latter took the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, his figure entered the void and disappeared. Don't let him escape, the warlord reminded. Fang Chen shook his head and looked at the void in the distance. He won't be able to escape. Whoosh. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. He flicked his wrist and slashed with the sword. Crack. The void shattered. On the other side, in the calm void, blood suddenly spurted out. Then, a figure fell into the sea. That's, the rhinoceros horn patriarch and the 5 kings were completely stunned. Killing from a distance. How strong and confident did one need to be to do that? The 5 kings looked at each other and finally understood why Fang Chen was so confident when he saw the demon arm patriarch escape. This was not a battle at all. It was a massacre. Is he dead? After the shock, they looked at the vast sea in the distance. The demon arm patriarch was killed by Fang Chen's sword from a distance. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Splash! The surging waves rolled up a pillar of water that shot into the sky. A corpse shrouded in demonic qi floated out. The demon arm patriarch is dead. The 5 kings exclaimed, their hearts full of shock. Whoosh! 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 A scarlet vortex appeared and a terrifying force swept the corpse of the demon arm patriarch into it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 kings and the rhinoceros horn patriarch were extremely shocked. They could not imagine that Fang Chen's strength had reached such an extent. Without looking at the sea, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at them. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. The 5 kings woke up from the shock and shook their heads. I'm fine. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have all died in the hands of the demon arm patriarch. The rhinoceros horn patriarch also walked over. His eyes were full of awe. When the news of you destroying the deity island spread, we thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you, the rhinoceros horn patriarch said. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have such achievements after entering the Heavenly Master Sea for such a short time. The Sword King sighed. It's just luck. Fang Chen said modestly. I'm preparing to return to the ancient Saint Chaos space. When I passed by this place, I found that you were in danger, so I came, Fang Chen said. I see. The 5 kings nodded. I'll leave the demon arm race to you. I have something to do, so I'll leave first, Fang Chen said. He asked the 5 kings if they were willing to return. The 5 kings shook their heads. They wanted to stay here. After going through all the ups and downs, they finally understood their inner thoughts. They preferred the bloody Heavenly Master Sea and were tired of living a peaceful life. After Fang Chen left, the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch led the 5 kings to invade the Demon Arm Island. After the Demon Arm Patriarch and the elites of the Demon Arm race were killed by Fang Chen, the entire Demon Arm race almost collapsed. In less than half a day, the Demon Arm race was completely annihilated. Just like what Fang Chen said, there was no Demon Arm race in the Heavenly Master Sea. The Rhinoceros Horn race completely occupied the Demon Arm Island. In just a few months, they completely controlled the Demon Arm Island. After having 2 islands, the Rhinoceros Horn race's cultivation resources became more abundant. Their cultivation speed also became faster and faster. The rise of the Rhinoceros Horn race had officially begun. Even the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch did not expect that he would cooperate with Fang Chen. Who would have thought that the rise of the Rhinoceros Horn race was actually caused by this person? Fang Chen, with the help of Immortal Cave Mountain, finally arrived at the exit of the Heavenly Master Sea after a few months of wandering. Because he was at the early Void Ancient Realm, the Heavenly Tao energy did not reject him. He easily passed through the restriction and left the Heavenly Master Sea. Splash! As soon as he left the Heavenly Master Sea, a familiar aura spontaneously arose. Fang Chen felt that this place was different from the Heavenly Master Sea. He looked around and appeared at the bottom of the sea. Let's go. He soared into the sky, stirring up monstrous waves as he rushed out of the sea. On this day, the bottom of the sea trembled. Countless sea monsters trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Especially the oceanic tribe king, he was even more frightened. He crawled in the sea, not daring to move. He's too strong. Just his aura alone is enough to make us bow our heads. If he personally attacked, the vast sea would instantly evaporate. The oceanic tribe king said in fear. I'm finally back. Standing in the air, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. In a few years, a lot had changed, especially himself. He was a completely different person from before he entered the Heavenly Master Sea. Thinking back, he was still full of reverence for the ancient gods. Now, he had also become an ancient god and was almost invincible in the ancient realm. The world was so strange. The higher you stood, the more unique your way of thinking would be, and the point of view would also be different. Chapter 2685. A gentle breeze blew past, brushing against Fang Chen's face. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the power of the heavenly path surged out. I'm back. With a thought, Fang Chen's consciousness covered the entire chaotic void. He saw the Shura Sword sect, his wife and daughter, Qing Hu, and his disciples. Everything is fine. Fang Chen grinned, then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The next time he appeared, he was already in the Great Devil Sky. After a few years of development, the Great Devil Sky had become one of the top 10 heavens. The Shura Sword sect was even vaguely showing signs of becoming the #1 clan. During the time Fang Chen was away, the demon race and the blood ancestor of darkness were unwilling to give up and secretly planned to deal with the Shura Sword sect. However, they all failed in the end. The 6 elders of the Elders Guild were paying close attention to the Great Devil Sky. They would be able to see the slightest movement of the grass in the wind. The Great Devil Sky was heavily guarded. Fang Chen didn't want to alarm anyone, so he used stellar transposition and easily entered the independent space. This was the true headquarters of the Shura Sword sect, and the core members of the upper echelons cultivated here. Why is it so quiet? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The independent space was dead silent, as if there was no one in it. He spread out his consciousness and found Qing Hu and the others gathered in the meeting hall. Their faces were serious, as if they were discussing something. What happened? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he came to the meeting hall. If Master is here, all the problems will be solved, Tianxin said. Kang Ju's face was serious, but he agreed with his senior brother's words. I'm back. Fang Chen walked into the meeting hall and said softly, At first, everyone thought it was an illusion, but when they saw Fang Chen's figure, their eyes widened in disbelief. Father. Fang Shi was the first to run up and rush into Fang Chen's arms. Xia misses you a lot. Fang Shi said sweetly. The child back then had already grown into a natural and unrestrained beauty. You're already so old, but you still act like a child. Fang Chen said softly as he caressed his daughter's hair affectionately. Feeling everyone's gazes on her, Fang Shi felt a little embarrassed. Her face reddened as she left Fang Chen's embrace. Mother, come here quickly. Fang Shi grabbed Star and Moon's arm and said with a smile, Have you been talking about father ever since he left? Father is back. Brother Chen. The words Brother Chen contained all of his emotions. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Master. Brother Fang. Everyone present was Fang Chen's family and friends. Seeing Fang Chen return, they were extremely excited. You're all gathered in the meeting hall with serious expressions. What happened? Fang Chen asked after the greetings. Father, after you left, the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan became restless and caused trouble in the Great Devil Sky time and time again. Fortunately, the three major clans took action. Otherwise, with the strength of the Azura Sword sect, we wouldn't have been able to resist. Fang Shi was the first to speak. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. Previously, the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan spread the news that the disciples of the Azura Sword sect will be killed as soon as they leave the Great Devil Sky. Tianxin walked over and added, although we have the protection of the three major clans, they can't always pay attention to us. The disciples of the Azura Sword sect have to go out and train. We're here to discuss how to get through this crisis. Now that Master is back, all the problems will be solved, Kang Ju said with a smile. The gloomy atmosphere in the meeting hall disappeared and was replaced by joyful laughter. The pillar of the Azura Sword sect was Fang Chen. Now that he was back, the Azura Sword sect had the capital to fight against the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan. I know. This kind of thing won't happen in the Azura Sword sect in the future. Fang Chen nodded slightly. That day, a piece of news shook the ancient Saint Chaos space. The master of the Azura Sword sect appeared in the Great Devil Sky again. At the same time, he said that the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan shouldn't exist in the world. When this news came out, the entire ancient Saint Chaos space went into a frenzy. Countless martial artists were shocked. Was the Azura Sword sect going to war with the two major clans? Was the master of the Azura Sword sect so powerful that he could fight against the ancient gods? Countless people were excited and cheered. If the Azura Sword sect could really defeat the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan, the entire ancient Saint Chaos space would be under the control of the human clan. After the news came out, the 6 elders of the Elders Guild moved and came to the Great Devil Sky. You're back. It had only been a few years since Fang Chen entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. The 6 elders looked at Fang Chen seriously and felt that he was even more unfathomable this time. You've broken through to the ancient god level? Heavenly Master Shu Wei asked. Fang Chen nodded. Suddenly, the 6 elders exclaimed. They widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Buzz. With a thought, Fang Chen released a trace of ancient god's aura. The 6 elders were completely dumbfounded. After a long time, they woke up from the shock. When I first saw you, I thought that it was only a matter of time before you stepped into the ancient god level. Who would have thought that in less than a few years, you've left us behind? Heavenly Master Wanlei smiled bitterly. Yes, a few days ago, my invincible fighting spirit had a breakthrough. I was waiting for you to come back and have a good fight with you. Heavenly Master Zhon said helplessly. Fang Chen was now an ancient god, and he was still a heavenly master. How could he fight? Heavenly Master Zhon gave up. As for the leaders of the 3 races, they were even more dumbfounded. Fang Chen was a rising star. It could be said that they had watched him grow. It seems that we made the right choice. The leader of the void race was very happy. Now that Fang Chen had broken through to the ancient god level, the human race had a total of 4 ancient gods, suppressing the 2 ancient gods of the dark kindred and the monster race. It was the first time in countless years that the human race was unifying. Brother Fang. No, I should call you Lord Fang. A heavenly master was not worth mentioning in front of an ancient god. Now that Fang Chen was an ancient god, it was reasonable for them to address him as Lord. Fang Chen waved his hand. Just call me by my name. No, you're now a high and mighty ancient god, and we're Shen gods. How can we mess around? Besides, there's no seniority in learning. Calling you Lord is a form of respect for the ancient gods. Call me Elder Fang, Fang Chen said. He really didn't like being called Lord Fang by the 6 old farts. Okay. The 6 of them finally compromised. Elder Fang, our ancient god ancestor heard about you and is already on his way, Heavenly Master Shu Wei said with a smile. Of the 3 ancient gods of the human race, other than the void race ancient god guarding the ancient Saint Chaos, the other ancient gods had entered the Heavenly Master Sea. Rip. As soon as Heavenly Master Shu Wei finished speaking, the void tore open, and a golden-eyed man appeared in front of him. You're Fang Chen. The golden-eyed man exuded a terrifying aura. Fang Chen nodded. You're indeed young and talented. You've entered the ancient void realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. The void race ancient god praised Fang Chen. The 6 great elders tactfully left, leaving enough space for the 2 ancient gods. As for Little Mouse and the others, they went to the rat race's residence. Back then, the rat race had been forced by the flood dragon race and had no choice but to follow Fang Chen to the great devil sky. This also meant that they had completely betrayed the monster race. In the rat race's territory, clan leader, was the decision we made back then really wrong? The plain-clothed elder murmured with a complicated expression on his face. It's not that we want to betray the monster race, but that the monster race can't tolerate us, the rat race patriarch said in a low voice. If not for Sect Master Fang, we would have been destroyed by the flood dragon race. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, at least my rat clan has no worries. Moreover, we've obtained the protection of the Azura Sword sect. No other power dares to harass us. Moreover, there are endless cultivation resources here. As long as our race can continue like this, there will be a peerless expert one day. When that time comes, we won't need the monster race's recognition. We'll become a monster race on our own. The plain-clothed elder was about to speak when he suddenly felt his vision blur. Didn't they enter the Heavenly Master Sea? The plain-clothed elder rubbed his eyes hard and cried out, Is it really them? Chapter 2686. I'm back. His words were full of bitterness. Because of elder linen clothes, he was once saved from the gates of hell. After returning to the great devil sky and learning about the rat race's situation, Little Mouse was filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, the rat race wouldn't have ended up like this. It's good that you're back. The plain-clothed elder said excitedly. The patriarch of the mouse race suddenly turned around and looked at the little mouse. Patriarch, elders, don't worry. Boss will avenge the rat race for you, Little Mouse said solemnly. That's right. Boss has already said that there's no need for the dark vampire race and the monster race to exist anymore, Xiao Huang added. They'd all stayed in the rat race and were familiar with the plainclothes elder and the rat race patriarch. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. To the rat race patriarch and the plainclothes elder, this was earth-shattering news. Is the Azura Sword sect going to fight the monster race? At the peak of the great devil sky, the void race ancient god and Fang Chen stood side by side and looked down. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The dark vampire race and the monster race have deep foundations. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have been so indifferent all these years. The void race ancient god said, with your current strength, you don't have to fear the 2 races, but it's inevitable that they'll have some trump cards. You should know that the battle between ancient gods can destroy a heavenly realm if they're not careful. This is something we don't want to see, the void race ancient god reminded him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Fang Chen said with a smile. The void race ancient god nodded and turned to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 elders of the Council of Elders whizzed over and reached the peak of the great devil sky. Congratulations, Elder Fang. Celestial Master Shuwei took the lead and cupped his fists with a smile. Huh! Fang Chen was a little taken aback. He didn't know what was going on. Before our ancient god ancestor left, he transmitted to us that from now on, Elder Fang will be the first elder of the Council of Elders, Celestial Master Shuwei said. In other words, from now on, you'll be the leader of the human race, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder added. Ha ha ha, the youngest ancient god elder in the history of our Council of Elders. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After a deep discussion with Fang Chen, the 6 elders left unwillingly. Fang Chen returned to the Shura Sword Sect's headquarters. The Dark Blood race and the Demon race are nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a look at the 3 most powerful divine arts first. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and took out 3 golden scrolls. He opened the first scroll, and there were 4 large words written on it, Clear Sky Sword Technique. Then, he opened the second scroll, the Spacetime Escape Technique. The third scroll was the Soul Spirit Art. Let's take a look at the Azure Sky Sword Technique first. The first supreme divine art was the Sword Art, the second was the Spacetime Dao, and the third was the Soul Dao. Fang Chen chose the Azure Sky Sword Technique. This sword technique was much more exquisite than the Azure Sword Technique. Most importantly, the Sword Art was more compatible with the Demon Transformation divine art. Let's start cultivating. After a while, Fang Chen grasped the essence of the Azure Sky Sword Technique and started cultivating. In the dark sky. In the Dark Blood Race's headquarters, the Dark Clan leader and Thunder Demon Heavenly Master were discussing how to fight against the Shura Sword Sect. Humph, Fang Chen is too arrogant. How dare he say that he wants to destroy our 2 races? Thunder Demon Heavenly Master said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He could not wait to kill Fang Chen when he thought about how Fang Chen had the evil ancestral eye. The fake Thunderbolt ancestral eye can give me such powerful strength. If I can get the real evil ancestral eye, my strength will definitely soar. I might even reach the ancient god realm, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master thought. The Dark Clan leader's face was gloomy. Fang Chen took the dark sword, the most precious treasure of the Dark Blood race, and humiliated our race repeatedly. This blood feud must be avenged, the Dark Clan leader said. This time, we must plan well and kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Don't worry. He can't escape from our hands. For a time, the Dark Blood race and the Demon race were completely busy. The 2 races were carrying out their plan. Once they succeeded, they would be able to destroy Fang Chen and inflict heavy losses on the human race. Since Fang Chen's return, the Shura Sword Sect's morale had skyrocketed. The disciples no longer hid in the Great Devil Realm and went to various places in the chaotic void to cultivate. When the Xiu family in Qingluo Heaven heard the news, the Xiu family leader and Venerable He Kai came to visit in person. Unfortunately, when they came, Fang Chen was already in seclusion and did not see them. The Li family in the Divine Sword Heaven also came to visit Fang Chen with generous gifts. They could have used Li Ruohong to help the Li family rise. Who would have thought that Li Ruochu's stupid decision would completely push the Li family into the abyss? If Fang Chen had not been so noble and was not willing to argue with the Li family, how could the Li family withstand Fang Chen's anger? Moreover, when they heard Fang Chen say that he was going to destroy the Dark Blood race and the Demon race, they were extremely shocked. The Li family leader was stunned and was speechless for a long time. Family leader, do we have to do this? An elder grumbled. No matter what we do, he won't look us in the eye. Shut up. The Li family leader was furious and shouted. From now on, whoever says something like this will be expelled from the Li family. Then, the Li family leader walked into the mansion and asked to see the Shura Sword Sect leader. But soon, he walked out with a disappointed face. Go back. The Li family leader said. Because of Fang Chen, some forces in the ancient Saint Chaos had soared to the sky, while others fell into the abyss. Xing Chen Heaven, where Fang Chen used to cultivate. In Kanglan District, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect had become a first-class force because of Fang Chen's prestige. Since knowing that the Shura sword sect leader was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, many forces had come to curry favor with Guru Purple Moon. The sect, which was once so poor that it almost disbanded, had soared to the sky. Who would have thought at that time? Another example was the Dualay city in the Carnate world. Now, it had become the most powerful force in the Carnate world. The Dualay pavilion leader was the most powerful overlord in the Carnate world, and his words had a lot of weight. Every word he said could make the Carnate world tremble. The Hylay family, which was also a powerful force, had once been enemies with Fang Chen. Since the establishment of the Shura sword sect, many forces had attacked it at all costs in order to curry favor with Fang Chen. Now, the Hylay family was about to disband. In short, as long as one had something to do with Fang Chen, they would become the target of everyone's flattery. It was the same in Shu Xing Heaven, Mo Shotian, and Azure Heaven. Fang Chen, with his own efforts, rose step by step from the grassroots to the leader of the 7 elders of the human race. Countless people's faces changed when they talked about it. Although the ancient saint Primal Chaos was bustling with activity. But Fang Chen cultivated quietly. In half a year, he comprehended the Azure Heaven sword art thoroughly. Because he was born in the Sword Dao, his comprehension of the Sword Dao was extremely strong. At the same time, his potential in the Sword Dao was incomparably heaven-defying. Even in the ancient chaos, his potential in the Sword Dao was rare. After cultivating the Azure Heaven sword art, Fang Chen's strength skyrocketed, and he was a true Void Ancient Realm expert. However, he did not stop cultivating. After seeing a Life Ancient Realm expert in action, he felt that he was seriously lacking. Next, he began to cultivate the space-time escape technique. To put it simply, the space-time escape technique was an upgraded version of the space-time collapse technique. After reading it, Fang Chen gasped in amazement. Although he and the Bone Progenitor were the pioneers of the space-time cultivation system, they were still slightly inferior to the expert who created the space-time escape technique. What an exquisite space-time escape technique! Fang Chen grinned. A few months later, in the Azura universe, Fang Chen's figure was constantly shuttling back and forth, appearing and disappearing. Whoosh! He suddenly appeared in front of the Bone Progenitor. How is it? Wonderful, simply wonderful. After watching you use the space-time escape technique, the problem that has been troubling me for a long time is solved. The Bone Progenitor smiled. His understanding of the space-time Dao deepened. This space-time escape technique is much more exquisite than the space-time collapse technique that we created. I will pass it on to Master. Fang Chen said. Good, with this supreme divine art, you and I will definitely be able to create a precedent in the space-time Dao and become the strongest lineage. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Because it was similar to the space-time collapse technique, the Bone Progenitor learned it very quickly. In just a few days, he had mastered the essentials. The master and disciple began to study the space-time Dao together. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2687. Because of the space-time escape technique, Fang Chen and the Bone Progenitor's attainments in the space-time Dao continued to rise. However, Fang Chen had underestimated the power of the soul spiritual art. It was a supreme divine art that cultivated the primordial spirit. It was extremely powerful. Fang Chen studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't comprehend it. In the end, he could only give up temporarily. Whoosh! Leaves fell on Fang Chen's body. Spring left and autumn came. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. After giving up on the soul spiritual art, Fang Chen focused on the space-time escape technique. He cultivated the space-time escape technique to the extreme. The space-time escape technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level could create millions of shadows in an instant. The second level could create hundreds of millions of shadows. The third level was the ultimate level. With a thought, there would be shadows in every corner of the ancient Saint Chaos space. In the past 10 years, Fang Chen's strength had skyrocketed. His cultivation base, however, remained at the early Void Ancient Realm. Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, the path of martial arts focused on the foundation. Only by having a solid foundation would one be able to deal with things calmly in the future. Whoosh! The moment he opened his eyes, Fang Chen's body shot up from the ground like a cannonball. Dong! When he reached the sky, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the violent heavenly energy was caught in his hand. Condense! With a low shout, the heavenly energy in his hand was quickly thrown out. In an instant, it condensed into a dazzling sword light in the void. Azure Heaven Sword Technique. Whoosh! The sword light whizzed out with an invincible momentum and hit a mountain in the distance. Immediately, the mountain was razed to the ground. Vast power spread out. Fang Chen grinned. He didn't use the power in his body. It was just a sword technique attack. Now, he could confidently say that he was invincible in the ancient saint realm. It's time to deal with you. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Fang Chen was finally going to deal with the Dark Blood tribe and the demon race. Great Devil Sky. A majestic aura swept through the entire heaven domain. Fang Chen looked down from above, standing in the sky. After today, the human race will be unified. He declared that he would destroy the Dark Kindred and the demon race today. The ancient sacred chaos that had been quiet for 10 years was restless again. Have you heard? The Azura Sword Sect's sect master went into seclusion for 10 years, and the first thing he did after coming out was to exterminate the Dark Kindred and the demon race. The news has spread throughout the entire primal chaos void. Everyone knows about it. This is too shocking. Is he going to fight against the great clans all by himself? In every corner of the ancient saint primal chaos, loud cries of shock could be heard. The shock in the hearts of countless low-level martial artists could not be any greater. As for the true high-level experts, they all moved to the vicinity of the demon race and the blood race. The dark sky and stupor heaven were very close to each other. Furthermore, the first battle they would face after coming from the great devil sky would definitely be the demons. In just a few hours, profound God realm sovereigns had already gathered around Boudoir heaven. 7 figures stood side by side in front of the white cloud palace in the sky, looking down at the world below. One of them was the void race ancient god that Fang Chen had met before. Ancestor, the demon race and the dark kindred are great clans after all. Can Elder Fang deal with them? Heavenly Master Shu Wei asked. Yes, I think Elder Fang is being a little reckless. We'll take action at the critical moment. The void race ancient god narrowed his eyes and watched the movements in Boudoir heaven. Don't worry. Hearing this, the 6 elders did not say anything else. The Li family of the divine sword heaven, the Xiu family of the azure luo heaven, and many other forces had come to watch the battle. This battle had attracted the attention of all the sovereigns in the ancient saint primal chaos. Humph, it's best if he dies at the hands of the demon race. An elder in the Li family of the divine sword heaven muttered to himself. The Li family hated Fang Chen to the core. Because of Fang Chen, many forces that were slightly weaker than them had begun to suppress them. This was because they had offended the sect master of the Azura Sword Sect. The Dark Kindred and the Demon Race are great clans and have been around for many years. How can a mere ancient god suppress them? If they could, the ancient gods of the 3 clans would have done it long ago. Many people did not think that Fang Chen would win this battle. They thought that he was being reckless and arrogant. Those who knew that Fang Chen had entered the Void Ancient Realm were the senior overlords of the Azura Sword Sect and the elders of the Azura Sword Sect. They did not announce it to the public, so the Demon Race and the Dark Kindred had no idea. In Boudoir heaven, 2 black figures stood side by side in the sky above the Demon Race. Vast energy surged out and swept across the entire Boudoir heaven. The Dark Kindred leader and Heavenly Master Thunderbeast were the most powerful overlords below the ancient gods of the 2 clans. They stood there resolutely, waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. Fang Chen is too arrogant. He doesn't have the strength to destroy the demon race, Heavenly Master Thunderbeast said confidently. Rumble. In the sky, streaks of lightning swooped down and exploded in front of Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast. The terrifying power of lightning spread across the land. The atmosphere in Boudoir heaven was very solemn. All the demons were waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. This battle concerned the survival of the demon clan. If they failed, the demon clan would completely collapse. Dong dong dong. A beam of sword light shot toward the great devil sky, piercing through the dark void and arriving at the Buddha sky. This sword light carried a frightening power, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked. Too strong. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. The long sword transformed into a human figure, and Fang Chen appeared proudly. The sect master of Azura Sword Sect had single-handedly entered Pagoda Heaven. Today was destined to be recorded in history, regardless of the outcome. Is that Fang Chen? His aura is too strong. Yes, he has achieved so much at such a young age. It's really shameful. The demon race is well prepared, and the battlefield is in Budur Heaven. Fang Chen's situation is not looking good. A commotion spread throughout Budur Heaven. A deafening roar was heard. Fang Chen. Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast's eyes shot out two streaks of lightning as he looked at Fang Chen and shouted. You have repeatedly bullied the demon race. Do you really think that you are invincible? Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. He could clearly feel the power of the evil ancestral eye. The evil ancestral eye is mine, he thought to himself. The dark tribe leader nodded gently and said in a deep voice, All right, let's fight in Budur Heaven today. If you lose, then the primal chaos void will have one less genius, and Azura Sword Sect will become history. If I were you, I would have fled long ago. Facing the two heavenly venerates, Fang Chen said calmly, Perhaps, only then will you have a chance to survive. Ridiculous. Heavenly Venerate Thunderbeast's body flickered with lightning runes. The demon race has been able to survive in the chaotic void for countless years because of our foundation. Ignorant human. Today, I will show you the foundation of the great clans. It is not something that you can contend with alone. Outside Budur Heaven. Patriarch, will Fang Chen be okay? Venerable He Kai asked worriedly. Don't worry. Fang Chen is very calm and will not be so reckless. Since he is so high profile, it means that he is confident, Patriarch Xiu said. Although the demon race has a strong foundation, Fang Chen is not to be underestimated. In another area, Ancestor Xing He and the others were shocked. Xing He, I have never admired anyone in my life. From now on, I will only admire you. I can't imagine that Fang Chen came from your universe. Yes, when we were in the Void Star Sky, although you paid attention to the younger generation, we all thought that his growth was limited. Who would have thought that we were wrong? Patriarch Xing He grinned when he heard that. In fact, Ancestor Xing He and the others were not qualified to be there. However, because of his special relationship with Fang Chen, many forces were trying to rope him in. That was why some profound God Realm sovereigns had personally brought him here to witness the birth of a miracle. Shu Zichen, Lei Pu, the Holy Warriors, the Sky Warriors, the heavenly talents of the Xian Roll who had gone to Dongming Mountain with Fang Chen came one after another. They looked at each other with bitter faces and unspeakable words in their hearts. Chapter 2688. Fang Chen was very calm. His aura was restrained as if he was an ordinary person. On the opposite side, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master and the Dark Clan leader were full of killing intent. You are not the monster clan leader. Suddenly, Fang Chen said such a shocking sentence. Suddenly, there were exclamations in Buddha Heaven. I can sense the aura of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye on you. Fang Chen continued, If my guess is correct, you should be the one who fought with me in Qingluo Heaven. Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person in front of them was not the monster clan leader. Then, who was this person? Where did the monster clan leader go? For a time, there were endless discussions. Even the members of the monster clan looked at Thunder Demon Heavenly Master with strange eyes. You are courting death. Thunder Demon Heavenly Master was completely enraged. He wished he could tear Fang Chen into pieces. He took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chen. Thunder Demon Heavenly Master clenched his fist and the thunder runes on his body wrapped around his fist. Boom. In the next moment, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master punched out. Dong. Fang Chen stood still and looked at Thunder Demon Heavenly Master with a smile as if he was looking at an idiot. When Thunder Demon Heavenly Master's fist hit Fang Chen, it instantly exploded. The terrifying power caused the void to collapse and a black hole appeared, pulling Fang Chen's body crazily. However, amidst the exclamations, the crowd gradually realized a problem. The suction force of the black hole could not do anything to Fang Chen. More importantly, Fang Chen did not evade Thunder Demon Heavenly Master's attack. Instead, he used his physical defense to resist. Crash! The black hole collapsed, and the violent thunderbolt force dissipated. A powerful ripple spread out from Fang Chen's body. Boom! When the Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerate felt the shocking power assaulting him, his body couldn't help but fly away. In just one exchange, Thunder Demon Heavenly Master was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Fang Chen did not move at all. What was going on? Could it be that Fang Chen's strength had reached such an unimaginable level? You are an ancient god. Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerable got up from the ground and cried out. The entire boudoir heaven was shaking. Ancient god. Fang Chen was actually an ancient god expert. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. The Azura Sword Sect Master had actually stepped into the ancient god realm. No wonder he dared to make such bold claims. So he has already stepped into the ancient god realm. Those below the ancient god realm are all ants. What can the Demon Clan Master and the Dark Clan Master amount to? After recovering from the shock, everyone spoke one after another. In front of the Palace of Clouds in the sky, the 7 experts were relatively calm. This was because they already knew that Fang Chen was an ancient god. In the sky above the monster race, Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerable and the Dark Patriarch were filled with fear. How is this possible? The two of them could not accept the reality before their eyes. An ancient god powerhouse was not someone they could compare to. Ancestral sacrificial artifact. Without even thinking about it, Empyrean Thunder Demon roared and spread out his hands. Thunder runes flashed and the power of thunder pierced through the world. Boom! A dazzling light broke out from the ground. When everyone saw it clearly, they were shocked to find that there was a long rod made of bones in Empyrean Thunder Demon's hand. The demon god's rod was the ancestral artifact of the monster race. It was also the most precious treasure of the monster race. The ancestors of the monster race had taught them that they could only use the ancestral artifact when the race was on the brink of death. Buzz! The ancestral artifact exuded a shocking power. Countless martial artists were shocked. The ancestral artifact of the monster race? I heard that the ancestral artifact of the monster race was refined from the bones of a great figure. Its attack power is very strong. Can the ancestral artifact withstand the attack of an ancient god? Empyrean Thunder Demon held the ancestral artifact in his hand and completely activated it. Kill! Empyrean Thunder Demon roared and the ancestral artifact in his hand whizzed out with a powerful force. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever the ancestral artifact passed, a domineering aura emerged. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head gently and flicked his finger. A finger shot out and arrived in front of Empyrean Thunder Demon in the blink of an eye. The famous ancestral artifact of the monster race couldn't withstand a single blow from Fang Chen's finger. Dong! The ancestral artifact flew out of Empyrean Thunder Demon's hand and fell. Empyrean Thunder Demon's body was completely imprisoned by the finger. Crack! The finger drilled into Empyrean Thunder Demon's eyes and a miserable cry came from his mouth. In the next moment, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and 2 bloody eyeballs appeared. He held the eyeballs and felt that something was wrong. Pseudo-ancestral eyes. He had always felt that Empyrean Thunder Demon's Thunderbolt ancestral eyes were different. Now, he finally understood. It wasn't the real Thunderbolt ancestral eyes, but the pseudo-ancestral eyes. Crack! With a squeeze, the pseudo-ancestral eyes that Empyrean Thunder Demon regarded as a treasure turned into powder. Give me back my ancestral eyes. Empyrean Thunder Demon fell into madness. Blood covered his face and danced wildly. Behind him, the Dark Patriarch saw this scene and was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Die! With a flick of his finger, Empyrean Thunder Demon's body fell softly to the ground. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Dark Patriarch. Swoosh! A dark ray of light shot out from his palm, piercing through the void and finally piercing into the Dark Clan leader's chest. He looked down with difficulty and suddenly realized that it was the Dark Sword. Boom! The Dark Patriarch's body exploded. The Dark Sword returned to Fang Chen's hand again. Boudoir Heaven was completely shocked. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded and speechless. The ancient god was too powerful. He could kill a heavenly master with one finger. Domineering. Some people exclaimed and some people celebrated. No one in the chaotic void is Fang Chen's opponent. There were even people who asserted that Fang Chen had become the #1 expert in the primal chaos void through this battle. In a flash, Empyrean Thunder Demon and the Dark Patriarch were killed by Fang Chen. The ancestral artifact of the monster race was also taken by Fang Chen. The entire Boudoir Heaven was wailing. The doomsday of the monster race had arrived. In the sky, in front of the White Cloud Palace, the ancient god of the Void tribe stared at Fang Chen and remained silent. The other 6 elders were in an uproar. With such a genius, the human race has nothing to worry about, Empyrean Master Shu Wei said with a smile. Yes, Fang Chen is the most outstanding genius in the history of the human race, Empyrean Master Wanlei said. His existence has accelerated the unification of the human race. He is a great hero of the human race, Empyrean Master Zhon said. The 3 patriarchs also nodded. This battle was of great significance to the human race. Fang Chen had dealt a heavy blow to the monster race and the dark blood race with absolute strength. Empyrean Thunder Demon and the Dark Patriarch had already died. The outcome could not be reversed. Even if the ancient gods of the 2 races returned from the Heavenly Master Sea, this indisputable fact could not be changed. Just as the 6 elders were talking, the Void tribe's ancestor's face suddenly changed slightly. He looked at the Heavenly Master Sea in the endless void. They are back. The Void tribe's ancestor said in a deep voice. Splash! Huge waves suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the water. Then, 2 large water pillars shot up into the sky. Ha ha ha, we are finally back. Laughter could be heard coming from the water pillar. When the water pillars fell, 2 blurry figures appeared. We finally left that damned place. Yes, with our current strength, we can suppress the human race and unify the ancient Saint Chaos. While talking, the 2 spread out their divine senses to check the ancient Saint Chaos. Let me see if those old fellows of the human race have done anything to our race. The dark blood race's ancestor said while checking. In an instant, his expression changed. Damn it, who is the ancient god of Buddha Heaven? At this moment, Fang Chen, who had single-handedly suppressed Boudoir Tian, was looking at Fang Chen. The tall and mighty figure stood in the void. He waved his sleeve, and a vast power swooped down, killing the monster race's clansmen one after another. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. He had said that there would be no more monster race or dark blood race after today. This was only the beginning. Who dares to slaughter my race? In the distant horizon, an angry roar could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura came. It was the aura of an ancient god. The aura of an ancient god. It's the ancient god ancestor of the monster race. Someone exclaimed. In everyone's opinion, the ancient gods of the monster race and dark blood race had been hiding in the world. Now that their races had been destroyed and were facing a life-and-death crisis, they finally appeared. The 2 ancient gods, with powerful auras, stepped through the void and arrived at Pagoda Heaven. When they saw the ruins of Buddha Heaven and the countless monster race's clansmen who had died tragically at the hands of Fang Chen, killing intent surged. It was you who slaughtered my race, the monster race's ancestor asked. Chapter 2689. The ancient god of the monster race exuded a powerful aura, his monster chi soaring to the heavens. His eyes, which were as big as gongs, shone with a tangible light. His rage soared to the heavens, and his killing intent soared. Back then, the monster race and the human race made an agreement of peaceful coexistence. Now, you're attacking us while I'm in the celestial sovereign sea. The ancient god of the monster race enunciated each word. His words were filled with threat. Beside him, the ancient god of darkness was shrouded in black light. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could sense that this human ancient god before him contained an extremely dense darkness bloodline. Darkness bloodline? The ancient god of darkness was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a human to possess such a dense darkness bloodline. It was truly breathtaking. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he was enraged. This was because he sensed the sword of darkness moving. "Old companion," the ancient god of darkness softly said. Immediately, a black sword light shot out of Fang Chen's body. It soared into the sky and transformed into a sword of darkness, erupting with dazzling light. Countless people watched in shock as it fell into the ancient god of darkness's hand. The ancient god of darkness opened his palm. The sword of darkness trembled and let out a cheerful sword hum, as if telling the ancient god of darkness what had happened to the dark blood race in these past years. After a while, the ancient god of darkness's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. "You slaughtered my clansmen and stole my clan's supreme treasure. You deserve to die." The ancient god of darkness announced Fang Chen's death sentence. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. The ancient sacred primal chaos was originally the territory of the human race. If the monster race and dark blood race hadn't taken advantage of our weakened state to invade, how could we have occupied the Buddha sky and dark sky? Space tore open, and the ancient god of void appeared. He represented the supreme authority of the human race. His appearance caused a great commotion. "That's the ancient god of void. Heavens, even the ancient god of void has appeared. Will the ancient god of thunder punishment and the ancient god of holy war appear?" Originally, it was just a grudge between the Azura sect master and the two clans. Now, it has evolved into a battle between ancient gods. Ever since the end of the Age of Ancient Gods, there had been no more ancient gods battle. Following the natural changes of the world, the heavenly energy in the chaotic void became increasingly thin and the environment became extremely harsh. As a result, very few experts broke through to the ancient god level. This way, the few remaining ancient gods would not be able to easily take action. This gave people the misconception that the ancient gods would not easily attack each other. But now, Fang Chen alone had attracted 3 ancient gods. The ancient god of void space and Fang Chen stood side by side, watching the ancient god of Yarrow clan and the ancient god of darkness. Obviously, he had already declared that he was on Fang Chen's side. "Oh. In other words, this child slaughtering my race was incited by your human race?" The ancient god of the monster race asked coldly. "Ancient god of void space, when we fought back then, it was difficult to determine a victor. Now, do you dare to fight me?" Ancient god of darkness sneered. The ancient god of void space had been guarding the ancient Saint Chaos while the two of them had entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. After narrowly escaping death, they had finally completed their transformation. They had originally planned to return to the ancient Saint Chaos, destroy the human race, and unify the world. Who would have thought that after going through so much, they would find such a situation as soon as they returned? The entire Budur heaven was a mess. Countless Yarrow clansmen had died tragically under Fang Chen's attack. Even the Thunder Demon Heavenly Master and the Dark Clan leader had died. This made the two ancient gods even more furious. Today's battle was inevitable. Forget it. The ancient god of void space shook his head and sighed. Originally, he had not planned to take action, but the appearance of the ancient god of Yarrow clan and the ancient god of darkness was beyond his control. If Fang Chen was alone, he would not be a match for the two ancient gods, so he had to take action. Two pieces of trash in the late void ancient realm dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Suddenly, Fang Chen's voice sounded. Instantly, there were exclamations around Budur heaven. Daring to call the ancient gods trash was the first of its kind in history. Has he gone mad? Even the martial artists who supported Fang Chen widened their eyes, thinking that Fang Chen must have gone mad. Arrogant guy, how dare he be so arrogant in front of two ancient gods? He's still too young, showing off his abilities. Many people sighed and shook their heads. Even the expressions of the 6 elders changed slightly. Trash. When the ancient god of Yarrow clan heard this, a wild smile appeared on his ferocious face. Ha ha ha. The ancient god of Yarrow clan glanced at the ancient god of darkness and said, "Darkness, how long has it been since someone dared to call us that?" "It's been too long, I can't remember." The ancient god of darkness's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "Boy, you've successfully angered us." The ancient god of void space opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Boom. Fang Chen ignored the ancient god of Yarrow clan and the ancient god of darkness and punched out. As an ancient god, the power of this punch was simply too great. When the boundless fist light slammed into the stupor heaven, the entire celestial domain trembled. "You're courting death." In an instant, the Yarrow clan collapsed, and the few remaining clansmen were completely annihilated. The Yarrow clan had been completely slaughtered in front of the ancient god of Yarrow clan. The ancient god of Yarrow clan was thoroughly enraged, and he descended into madness. "You want to die." The ancient god of the monster race took a step forward, a savage spike appearing on his fist. Boom. A vast aura soared into the clouds. The ancient god of void space wanted to attack, but when he saw Fang Chen's calm expression, he suppressed his shock. Too weak. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, lightly shaking his head, his face filled with disdain. "Even if I tear you to pieces, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart." The fiend race ancient god roared angrily. The spike on his fist suddenly left his body and shot towards Fang Chen with great force. "No matter how many tricks you have, I'll only use one fist." Boom. Fang Chen clenched his fist, dazzling light exuding from his body. Whoosh. He punched at the ancient god of Yarrow clan. The ancient god of void space grimaced, his heart trembling. The ancient god of Yarrow clan that was charging at Fang Chen now had a savage expression. But when he sensed Fang Chen's immense strength, his heart trembled. Not good. He inwardly cursed, gave up on attacking, and turned to flee. But since Fang Chen had already attacked, how could he allow him to escape unscathed? Bang! The powerful fist radiance smashed into the ancient god of the monster race and sent him flying. Die! Seeing this, the ancient god of darkness attacked without hesitation. Attack together! The ancient god of darkness shouted at the ancient god of Yarrow clan that had been sent flying. The 2 ancient gods joined forces to attack. However, what they received in response was still an earth-shattering barrage of attacks. Crack! After the first punch, the bodies of the 2 ancient gods were sent flying. With the second punch, the ancient god of Yarrow clan's physical body was shattered, and his origin soul fled. Want to leave? Fang Chen activated his evil ancestral eye. Thick evil energy spread out, and a terrifying light imprisoned the ancient god of Yarrow clan's origin soul. Crack! His foot extended, shattering the ancient god's origin soul. Boom! The entire primal chaos void was filled with cries of alarm. Just how much strength was needed to kill an ancient god in one strike? Isn't he too strong? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant in front of 2 ancient gods. It's too inconceivable. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone suddenly discovered that the ancient god of darkness had actually begun to flee. His body trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Damn it! Why did I run into such a freak? The 2 ancient gods working together had killed the ancient god of Yarrow clan in one blow. The ancient god of darkness did not believe that he was strong enough to block that fellow's attack. Buzz! However, just as he was about to flee, he suddenly heard a sword hum from the dark sword. What's going on? The sword of darkness uncontrollably left his body, and then the tip of the sword pointed at him. No! As if realizing something, the ancient god of darkness frantically shouted. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The sword of darkness carried with it an incomparably sharp aura as its tip pierced into his head. Even in death, the ancient god of darkness still did not understand why his old companion had betrayed him. He was unwilling to die in peace. Thump! When the ancient god of darkness's body fell to the ground of stupor heaven, it was a complete declaration that the 2 ancient gods had fallen. Chapter 2690. When the news reached the dark sky, the entire dark blood race was terrified. The deaths of the patriarch and the ancient god ancestor in stupor heaven was a fatal blow to them. Only a few hours had passed since Fang Chen stepped foot into the pagoda heaven and the battle came to an end. The monster race thought that the ancient god ancestor would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen and avenge the monster race. Who would have thought that it would end like this? After today's battle, Fang Chen's name would be recorded in the annals of history. At the same time, he had used his absolute strength to tell the world that he was the strongest person in the ancient Saint Chaos space. Looking at Fang Chen's proud back, the ancient god of the void was gratified. From now on, the ancient Saint Chaos space is Fang Chen's world. These were the words the ancient god of the void left behind before returning to the Qingshu heaven. This battle shook the entire ancient Saint Chaos space. Countless martial artists were shocked. As for Fang Chen, after killing the two ancient gods, he looked at the dark sky. Everyone was in an uproar. They had already guessed Fang Chen's thoughts. The dark blood race is finished. Even the powerful monster race couldn't withstand Fang Chen's attack, let alone the dark blood race. What's more ironic is that the ancient god of darkness was killed by the sword of darkness. Countless martial artists were discussing spiritedly. Over the years, Fang Chen had cultivated the weapon-controlling Dao to the highest level. With a thought, he could control all the weapons in the ancient Saint Chaos space. To him, controlling the sword of darkness was nothing. He's too strong. The strongest person in history. Heavenly Venerate Shu Wei sighed. Yes. Although we knew that he had reached the ancient god level, we didn't expect him to be so strong, Heavenly Venerate Wanlei said. Do you believe in fate? Heavenly Venerate Zhon suddenly asked. Fate was a mystery within a mystery. Even ancient gods couldn't control their own fate. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Heavenly Venerate Zhon's words. Perhaps Fang Chen is the one chosen by the heavens. This was the only way to explain why such heaven-defying heaven's favorites existed in this world. Fang Chen took a step forward and left Buddha heaven. Many warriors were instantly shaken. The leaders of each force were shouting crazily. In the Xiu clan of the Azure Civ Plain, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha, I've cultivated for countless years, but this is the first time I've seen such a shocking battle. The Xiu clan master excitedly said, worthy of being one of the 5 feudal vassals of the Azure Zenith. Venerable Black Red was also very excited. After all, Fang Chen was the successor of the Azura Sword Dao. He was very happy to be able to achieve such an achievement. Just because Fang Chen used to be one of the 5 feudal vassals of the Xiu clan in Azure Civ Heaven, the Xiu clan suddenly became a hot force second only to the great clans of the present age. Countless forces that were previously hostile to the Xiu family came to curry favor with them. This was all because of Fang Chen's deterrence. Ancestral Patriarch Xing He and the others were also deeply moved. He killed 2 ancient gods with a flip of his hand. His strength is the strongest in history. Barbarian, Qing Hu, Tian Xin, Kang Ju, Star and Moon, Fang Shi, and the others were all shaken. They could feel Fang Chen's strength from afar. As for the Rat clan, the entire clan was jubilant. They were rejoicing that they had chosen to follow Fang Chen to Mahakala. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the monster race and fallen in the long river of history. With a few steps, Fang Chen arrived at Mahakala. He was now like a demon god, killing gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. The Dark Blood clan must be executed. Fang Chen's voice was like rolling thunder, spreading to every corner of Mahakala. Countless members of the Dark Blood clan prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for Fang Chen's forgiveness. The darkness bloodline surged, and a vast amount of energy surged from the dark sky, forming a majestic pillar of light in the sky. Finally, the light pillar entered Fang Chen's body and completely merged with his Dark Blood clan. Dong. His heart trembled, and the Dark Blood clan mutated. The power of faith in the bloodline? Fang Chen said in surprise. When the ancient god of darkness fell, the Dark Blood clan had completely surrendered. At this moment, they had activated all of their Dark Blood clan's power of faith, which surged into Fang Chen's body. Hiss. Hiss. The power of faith constantly stimulated Fang Chen's Dark Blood clan. In the blink of an eye, His dark blood clan became flawless. I see. Fang Chen sighed. The dark blood clan that had been flawed before was completely perfect at this moment. He lowered his head and looked down. In the vast Mahakala, all the dark blood clan prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for mercy. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out from his palm. Then, it spread out and enveloped the entire Mahakala. After that, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a strange aura drilled into the minds of all the dark blood clan, instantly leaving a mark on their primordial spirits. For the sake of the dark blood clan, I will spare your lives. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and said calmly, from now on, you will not be able to step out of Mahakala, and you will never betray the human clan, or your primordial spirits will be destroyed. With that, Fang Chen's tall and mighty figure disappeared into Mahakala. Later history books described this day as the day that changed the situation in the ancient Saint Chaos. At the same time, it was also the day that a new king was appointed. From now on, Fang Chen was the absolute king of the ancient Saint Chaos. He was above the core elders of the human clan and had unparalleled power. Azura Sword Sect had also become an emperor-level force. Moreover, it was the only emperor-level force in the history of the ancient Saint Chaos. This was because before this, the most powerful forces in the ancient Saint Chaos were the major clans. Fang Chen's appearance completely changed the situation of the ancient Saint Chaos. Even the ancient god of the void didn't think that he was Fang Chen's opponent and went into seclusion. In his opinion, with Fang Chen around, the human clan had nothing to worry about. A second ago, they were still a famous major clan, but the next second, they became prisoners of the human clan. Moreover, it was Fang Chen who let them go because of the Dark Blood clan. Otherwise, the Dark Blood clan would have disappeared completely like the Monster clan. In the vast ancient Saint Chaos, countless people were discussing this matter. Mahakala, on the other hand, was much quieter. Azura Sword Sect, in a garden. Congratulations, Elder Fang, for becoming the new king of the ancient Saint Chaos. Heavenly Master Shu Wei cupped his fists and congratulated him. Yes, I didn't expect that I, Heavenly Master Wanlei, would be so lucky to see this scene. I have no regrets in this life, Heavenly Master Wanlei said. Heavenly Master Zhon, who was beside him, was full of fighting spirit. His eyes were burning with passion. I won't give up. Come on, with your talent, you can forget about catching up to Elder Fang in this lifetime. Heavenly Master Shu Wei and Heavenly Master Wanlei teased. By the way, Elder Fang, you've imprisoned Mahakala. What about Buddha Heaven? What do you plan to do? After chatting for a while, the Void Tribe Patriarch asked. The other people's gazes also landed on Fang Chen. Elder Fang, have you considered expanding Azura Sword Sect? Thunder Tribe Patriarch asked. Because of Fang Chen, Azura Sword Sect had become an emperor-level force. However, what if Fang Chen left? In the end, it was still necessary to have a foundation. Obviously, Azura Sword Sect was established too late and didn't have a foundation. Therefore, the 6 elders of the Elders Guild wanted Fang Chen to expand Azura Sword Sect. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Azura Sword Sect won't expand. It's enough to occupy Mahakala. As for how to deal with Buddha Heaven, the 6 of you can decide. Hearing this, the 6 elders' expressions changed, but they didn't say anything in the end. Not long after, the 6 elders left. Fang Chen sat in the garden and opened his palm. The 3-life stone appeared. As long as there was a trace of aura, they could be revived. This was the miraculous aspect of the 3-life stone. Fang Chen had taken it out because he wanted to revive some of his good friends. The first person he thought of was his master, Jiyu Yuan, whom he had never met. Let's go back and take a look. After a few breaths, Fang Chen arrived at Illusory Star Sky. With his current strength, no one would be able to discover him if he didn't release his aura. Once again, he came to a small mountain beside the limitless Sword Mountain. The surroundings of the tomb were already covered with weeds. On the tombstone, Jiyu Yuan's name was engraved. Master. Fang Chen gently stroked the tombstone and murmured. Bang! With a thought, the tomb exploded. Fang Chen was looking for his master, Jiyu Yuan's body. Chapter 2691. After so many years, Jiyu Yuan's corpse had long been corroded. However, there were still pieces of flesh from his body in the tomb. Fang Chen picked up a piece of flesh with mixed feelings. According to the heart of Shen Ming, as long as there was any part of the body, it could be revived with the 3 live stone. This was the power of the 3 live stone. Buzz. The 3 lives stone emitted a gentle light that instantly wrapped around the piece of flesh in Fang Chen's palm. A mysterious light spread out in all directions. Fang Chen could feel an unfamiliar aura growing in the air. So powerful. Fang Chen could feel that the 3 live stone was operating very quickly and the power it emitted was very strong. The flesh is growing. Through the light, Fang Chen saw the flesh and blood that was growing. His heart was filled with joy, and he was finally at ease. He sat cross-legged and guarded the 3 live stone, waiting for his master Jiyu Yuan to revive. Time passed in the blink of an eye. About half a month later, a shocking sound suddenly erupted from the 3 live stone. Then, the dazzling light disappeared. At the same time, the piece of flesh that Fang Chen picked up from the tomb actually flowed with blood. Did I succeed? Fang Chen was a little excited. A ball of light gradually appeared above the piece of flesh. When the ball of light was completely stable, the 3 live stone vibrated and a third of its power shot into the ball of light. This is the primordial spirit. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he was extremely excited. Under his gaze, an unfamiliar primordial spirit gradually took shape. The power of the 3 live stone was completely used on the primordial spirit. It's too exquisite. Fang Chen exclaimed. It was indeed worthy of the 3 live stone to be able to revive someone whose body and soul were destroyed. Rip. When the power of the 3 live stone was used on the primordial spirit, it was completely stable. Next, it was to reconstruct the body. This was an extremely simple matter for Fang Chen. Condense. Fang Chen opened his hands and a vast power surged out. With a gentle wave of his hand, a brand new physical body appeared with his primordial spirit as the center, enveloping his primordial spirit. A few breaths later, a figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. Boom. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the 3 live stone dimmed and fell into Fang Chen's hand. At the same time, Jiyu Yuan's mind trembled. A large amount of dense information appeared in his soul. His memories were restored at this moment. Wang. With Fang Chen's help, the power of the Way of the Heavens was injected into his body. In a short few breaths of time, Jiyu Yuan had already completely recovered. Didn't I die in the hands of a divine blade sect disciple? Jiyu Yuan, who had just been revived, looked at his body in shock. After checking his body, he was actually unharmed. This made Jiyu Yuan extremely shocked. But when he saw Fang Chen, he was stunned. You are? Jiyu Yuan asked doubtfully. Plop. Fang Chen knelt on both knees and said with cupped fists, unfilial disciple Fang Chen greets master. In Fang Chen's heart, Jiyu Yuan had a very high status. It was all thanks to Jiyu Yuan that he could have such achievements now. If it were not for the golden giant sword back then, he would not have been able to grow to such an extent. My disciple? Jiyu Yuan was a little surprised. Wang. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a vast amount of information entered Jiyu Yuan's mind. His body trembled for a moment, but he soon understood. It was you who revived me. Jiyu Yuan could not believe that the 6 great inheritances that he had left behind had saved him in the end. The cycle of the Way of the Heavens, the cycle of karma, as expected. Get up quickly. After learning about Fang Chen's situation, Jiyu Yuan was very happy and hurriedly helped Fang Chen up. Although I have never met Master before, I will never forget Master's great kindness to me, Fang Chen said. It is enough for me, Jiyu Yuan, to have a disciple like you in my life. There were no obstacles in reviving Jiyu Yuan. Only 1/3 of the 3 lifestones' energy had been used. In other words, the 3 lifestone can still be used twice. Fang Chen said. After reviving Jiyu Yuan, he brought the latter to Great Devil Sky. When Jiyu Yuan found out that his disciple had become a supreme expert in the chaotic void and stood at the peak of the world, he was extremely shocked. Master, from now on, you will live in Azura Sword Sect. If you need anything, just tell me. Fang Chen left after settling Jiu Yuan in Azura Sword Sect. Galaxy Universe, Divine World. His clone had been shuttling back and forth between Azura Universe and Galaxy Universe. From time to time, he would come back to see his parents and relatives. At the same time, he would take care of the situation in Galaxy Universe. If there was any danger, he would come in contact. And this time, his original body had come personally. He stood at the peak of Divine World and looked down. The current Divine World had changed a lot compared to back then. Many of the God Emperors who had fought alongside him had already left the Star River universe. Of course, there were some who had died in the chaotic void. Shunshi Palace was still the strongest force in Divine World. It was just that the Palace Master had changed generation after generation. Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen looked down at Divine World and murmured. In the early stages of cultivation, Zongjian Emperor had a great influence on him. It could be said that without Zongjian Emperor, he might have died in ancient Sword Continent back then and he wouldn't be who he was now. After reviving Jiu Yuan, the next person that Fang Chen wanted to revive was Zongjian Emperor. Relatively speaking, it was easier to revive Zongjian Emperor. Buzz. The 3-life stone released a gentle light again and covered the entire Divine World. Fang Chen's consciousness was also searching. Back then, Zongjian Emperor had fought with the enemy in Divine World and there would be some traces left behind. Found it. Fang Chen's body flashed and he came to a barren land in Divine World. It was a barren land and the ground was full of ruins. Fang Chen's gaze landed on a pothole where there were a few drops of dried blood. Emperor blood. After being exposed to wind and sun, the traces were still there. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and activated the 3-life stone to revive Zongjian Emperor. After a while, a burly man with a long sword on his back appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen flicked his finger and placed all the information in Zongjian Emperor's mind. After digesting it, Zongjian Emperor cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chen. I didn't expect that I could be revived after so many years. Zongjian Emperor seemed to be very happy. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. He asked Zongjian Emperor if he wanted to go to the chaotic void. Zongjian Emperor rejected without hesitation. After experiencing life and death again, I have seen through everything. I want to walk towards the chaotic void with my own efforts. Fang Chen nodded and secretly left a mark on Zongjian Emperor's body. It could protect him when he was in danger. After that, he went to Shunshi Palace to visit his parents. At the same time, he went to Green Bamboo Island in the lower realm. Divine Sword Heaven. Fang Chen looked at the 3-life stone that only had 1/3 of its energy left and looked solemn. Master, do you really want to try? Xian Ming's heart asked. Li Ruohong is a Xian god. If you want to revive him, it will involve the operation of Heaven's Way. With your current strength, you are unable to reverse the operation of Heaven's Way. If you forcefully revive him, you will definitely suffer a backlash. Can't I even use the 3-life stone? Fang Chen asked unwillingly. Every chaotic void has the operation of supreme rules. If you want to revive a Xian god, it will involve the supreme rules. The Heaven's Way will not allow such a thing to happen. Unless you reach the Life Ancient realm, you will be able to revive a martial artist above the Xian god realm. Xian Ming's heart said. He had followed the old master and had seen the world before. He knew some secrets. I want to try. Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he activated the 3-life stone with all his strength. Buzz. The divine sword Heaven's Li family's ancestral hall shook. Li Ruochu's skeleton whizzed out and was wrapped by the 3-life stone. The power of Heaven's Way swooped down, trying to cut off Fang Chen's control. Get lost. Fang Chen let out a low growl and suddenly punched out. Crack. The power of Heaven's Way easily blocked Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, the latter felt that the world around him seemed to be changing. Bang! The 3-life stone shattered, and Li Ruohong's skeleton was annihilated. Fang Chen spat out blood, his face pale. He had suffered a backlash. I failed. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. He had underestimated the power of the supreme rules. The heaven's way could not be defied. Brother Li, I don't have the strength to revive you now. However, one day, I will revive all of you. Fang Chen said to the Li family's ancestral hall. Chapter 2692. The trembling of the ancestral hall caused panic in the Li family. What the hell happened? Many elders gathered in front of the ancestral hall, looking nervous. Soon, the head of the Li family arrived. He sensed that Li Ruohong's tablet seemed to have changed. The head of the Li family flashed and stood in the air above the Li family, staring ahead. A blurry figure flashed past the edge of the divine sword heaven. Is that Fang Chen? The head of the Li family murmured. Even with his strength, he could not see through the blurry figure that flashed past. Moreover, the appearance of this person caused the ancestral hall to tremble. It was most likely Fang Chen. Want to revive Li Ruohong? Thinking of this, the head of the Li family laughed bitterly in his heart. He had underestimated the relationship between Li Ruohong and Fang Chen. He did not expect the latter to have achieved so much and still want to revive Li Ruohong. But it seems that it has failed, the head of the Li family said. Fang Chen was a little disappointed that he had failed to revive Li Ruohong. The remaining one-third of the energy of the three live stone was completely exhausted. On the way back, Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. All of a sudden, he let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his gaze to a certain land. That was the place where Body Heaven was. Body Heaven, one of the 10 super heavens, did not have a dominator force. Even so, no super force dared to invade. That was because Body Heaven was very special. It was said that Body Heaven was the origin of the ancient Saint Chaos. Body ancient trees were everywhere, and it was a cultivation holy land for many martial artists. However, to enter Body Heaven, one needed to be sufficiently talented. The threshold was too high, and as time passed, no one mentioned Body Heaven. This ancient heavenly domain seemed to be gradually forgotten by the people. Whoosh! Fang Chen stepped out and entered Body Heaven. Looking at the densely packed body ancient trees all over the place, Zhong Xian could not help but exclaim, as expected of a cultivation sacred ground. It's because of the body ancient trees that the heaven's energy here is incomparably dense. Fang Chen scanned with his spiritual consciousness and discovered Body Heaven's strongest powerhouse. Venerable Subhuti. Because of Body Heaven's transcendence, many forces did not dare to invade. According to the outside world, Venerable Body was the butler of Body Heaven. You're finally here. Venerable Subhuti said with a smile as he hovered in the air, gazing at Fang Chen from afar. You knew I would come here? Fang Chen was even more surprised. Venerable Subhuti nodded and smiled brightly. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Venerable Body. You're not a venerable at all. Fang Chen said word by word. To the outside world, Venerable Subhuti was just an ordinary venerable ranked at the bottom of the venerable ranking. No one would pay too much attention to him. But now, Fang Chen discovered that Venerable Subhuti had a very powerful aura. He was not a venerable, but a bona fide ancient god. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void ancient realm. Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect ancient sacred primal chaos to be hiding such a peerless powerhouse. No wonder Body Heaven was called a forbidden zone for humans and no one dared to enter. You have the evil ancestral eye. It was only a matter of time before you came to Body Heaven, ancient god Subhuti said with a smile. Fang Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of ancient god Subhuti. Why are you living in seclusion here? Fang Chen asked. Some things cannot be seen with the naked eye. And some things cannot be measured with the eyes of ordinary people, ancient god Subhuti said. Whoosh! He flipped his palm, and a resplendent eyeball appeared. Rumble! Lightning flashed, and the eyeball was covered in lightning runes. Lightning ancestral eye? Fang Chen almost blurted out. As the owner of the evil ancestral eye, he naturally understood the aura of an ancestral eye. You are the strongest prodigy of ancient sacred primal chaos. This lightning ancestral eye will be even more dazzling in your hands. After saying this, Ancient god Subhuti placed the lightning ancestral eye in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at ancient god Subhuti, not knowing what he was thinking. But after a moment's hesitation, he still took the lightning ancestral eye. BZZZZ. The two ancestral eyes unleashed powerful energies, and the evil energy and lightning energy intertwined, undergoing a heaven-shaking transformation. Whoosh! The lightning ancestral eye and the evil ancestral eye fused and drilled into Fang Chen's eyes. His left eye was evil while his right eye was lightning. With a thought, Fang Chen's left eye unleashed an extremely evil energy while his right eye unleashed a tangible bolt of lightning. With the two added together, his strength soared to the limit. So strong. With the two ancestral eyes, Fang Chen's attacks were even stronger. Many thanks, ancient god Subhuti. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Ancient god Subhuti shook his head. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye is the most important of the three supreme ancestral eyes. If you can obtain it and combine the three, you will definitely be able to break through to the star ancient realm. Ancient god Subhuti, do you know the whereabouts of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? Fang Chen asked. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye should be in the celestial sovereign sea. As for the specifics, I'm not sure. Ancient god Subhuti sighed and turned to leave. Fang Chen glanced at the old man's back before following. Before long, the two arrived at a peach blossom forest. There was a thatched hut here that was surrounded by heavenly Tao energy. A long, long time ago, when I first stepped into the void ancient realm, I accidentally wandered into the dark void. In the end, after many trials and tribulations, I fell into the ancient sacred primal chaos, ancient god Subhuti said. Gradually, my youthful vigor disappeared, replaced by a yearning for the heavenly Tao. From then on, I used body heaven as a place of seclusion, day after day, year after year. Over the countless years, I've witnessed the changes in the ancient sacred primal chaos. My heart is even more tired. If possible, I would rather live in seclusion here for the rest of my life, ancient god Subhuti said. I hope that you can keep this a secret for me. I don't want to be disturbed. In just a few short sentences, he gave a clear introduction of his background. Fang Chen firmly nodded. He could see that ancient god Subhuti was truly tired of everything in the world. Once you leave the ancient sacred primal chaos, I will take care of this place for you. After conversing with ancient god Subhuti for a while, Fang Chen took his leave. He hadn't expected that such an ancient god would be hidden in body heaven. However, Fang Chen didn't understand why ancient god Subhuti was willing to give him the lightning ancestral eye. Ancient god Subhuti bitterly laughed as he watched Fang Chen leave. After cultivating for so long, I've even forgotten my own age. Yet, I can't even defeat a rising star. Ancient god Subhuti had clearly seen the scene of Fang Chen slaughtering the ancient gods of the ancient monster race and the ancient god of darkness. Giving Fang Chen the lightning ancestral eye could be considered forming a bond of fate. After all, he still had to live in seclusion in body heaven. After returning to Mahakala, Fang Chen's powerful consciousness enveloped the entire ancient sacred primal chaos, carefully inspecting every corner several times. He confirmed that there was no existence like ancient god Subhuti hiding. Master. At some point, Tian Xin and Kang Ju had appeared behind him. Fang Chen focused and turned to look at the two. Master, the world is at peace now, and everyone calls you the new king. How will the Azura Sword sect develop? Tian Xin asked. The Azura Sword sect has reached a bottleneck in its development. If we don't expand, I'm afraid. Kang Ju said. Fang Chen shook his head. The two of you, just focus on your cultivation. Yes, master. That day, Fang Chen completely passed on his understanding of the Azura Sword Dao to Kang Ju and Tian Xin. In a courtyard, the barbarian, Qing Hu, and Fang Chen sat facing each other on a stone bench. Come, brother Fang, let me toast you. The barbarian said with a smile, I remember when you first entered the Blackstone prison, I actually tried to deal with you. Now that I think about it, I was really stupid. If it weren't for what happened back then, you and I wouldn't be like this now, drinking with each other, Fang Chen said. Before I met you, I've never admired anyone. The barbarian took a big gulp and continued, But after I met you, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Your potential and perseverance are not comparable to ordinary people. Come, come, come. Drink. Ching Hu raised his cup and said with a smile. In a palace not far away, 3 beautiful figures stood side by side. Through the pavilion, they quietly watched the 3 drinking in the courtyard. Star and Moon opened her mouth several times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She looked at Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin with a complicated gaze. It's good to watch from afar like this, Bai Qingqing said. Yes, sometimes you don't necessarily need to wait for the reward. Princess Xin also smiled faintly. Chapter 2693. In the entire ancient Saint Chaos space, Fang Chen was the absolute king. He had relied on his own efforts to stand at the peak of the Chaos Void. Azura Sword Sect was flourishing with each passing day, producing many supremacies. Black Sky. A black-robed Fang Chen and a blue-robed Fang Chen looked at each other. The black-robed Fang Chen was the original body, while the blue-robed was the clone. No one knew how long it would take for him to return. For safety reasons, Fang Chen brought his clone to the ancient Saint Chaos space to oversee a region. If it was before, Fang Chen would not be so careful. However, after the incident in Body Heaven, Fang Chen was even more careful. Buzz. His original body waved his hand, and vast power surged into the clone's body. The clone's cultivation soared almost instantly. His original body and clone shared martial comprehension, so his mental state had long reached the same level. As long as he had enough power, it was easy to raise his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his clone's cultivation reached the profound God realm. And it was not an ordinary supremacy, but a heavenly supremacy. It's difficult to reach the void ancient realm in the ancient Saint Chaos space, Fang Chen muttered. Then, he entered the heavenly Venerate Sea with his clone. Using the heavenly Venerate Sea's cultivation environment and the strength of his original body, he helped his clone break through to the void ancient realm. With my clone's current strength, although I can't defeat ancient God body, I can at least protect myself. His original body grinned. Especially in the Tao of spacetime, it had reached an extremely high level. Almost no one in the Chaos Void could track down his clone. This way, Fang Chen was even more relieved. He had no worries. Whoosh. His clone guarded the ancient Saint Chaos space in the Azura Sword Sect. Fang Chen informed the 6 great elders of the Council of Elders and conversed with the ancient god of the void for a long time. His original body resolutely stepped onto the path of pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. After spending a short time with his lover and friends, Fang Chen quietly left the ancient Saint Chaos space. Once again, Fang Chen entered the heavenly Venerate Sea. He was familiar with the path. Where is the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? According to ancient God body, one of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, was in the celestial Exalt Sea. There's still some time before the 30-year deadline. Let's go take a look at the Black Swamp Camp first. Fang Chen murmured. In the vast celestial Venerate Sea, there were many ancient gods. Fang Chen sat on Immortal Cave Mountain, swiftly traversing the surface of the Empyrean Sea. Several months later, he arrived at the God-slaying island. Fang Chen scanned with his divine sense, but he did not find the 3 magnates. His gaze landed on the other side of the God-slaying island, where the Black Swamp Formation camp was. A cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. For countless eons, the Blackpool Chaos had been trying to invade the ancient Saint Chaos and could be considered a sworn enemy of the Chaos. Voila! After passing through the layers of light, Fang Chen arrived at Blackpool's camp. Rip! As soon as they landed on a desolate plain, Fang Chen felt a biting cold aura whizzing towards him. Depressing. The Blackpool camp was too stifling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, countless sounds of breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a furious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Trespassing into the Blackpool camp, kill without mercy. The leader was an ancient god of the Void Ancient Realm, and there were several ancient gods of the Void Ancient Realm behind him. They surrounded Fang Chen. Kill. As soon as the ancient god of the Void Ancient Realm gave the order, several ancient gods of the Void Ancient Realm attacked. You're courting death. Fang Chen's face turned cold. He clenched his fist and punched out. Crack. Above the fist, an extremely strong power was emitted. Everywhere it passed, the space would shatter. The ancient gods that were hit by him were instantly shattered, and even their primordial spirits were shattered. One punch killed an ancient god of the void ancient realm. This scene attracted everyone's attention. The other ancient gods, who were preparing to attack, started to feel a little worried. Bang! After a few more punches, all the ancient gods of the void ancient realm were killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The ancient god of the void ancient realm was completely stunned. Who are you? Fang Chen slowly raised his head, and the hazy aura around him gradually dissipated, revealing his face. It's you. Seeing Fang Chen's face, the ancient god of the void ancient realm cried out, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Chen? The ancient god of the void ancient realm was terrified and wanted to retreat. However, Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. He laughed and stepped out to suppress the ancient god of the void ancient realm. No. The ancient god of the void ancient realm screamed, but it was useless. His head was crushed by Fang Chen's foot. Wherever the ancestral eye appeared, it would be very special. For example, the lightning ancestral eye was bathed in lightning. According to the records, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye should be in a place with extremely dense heavenly energy. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and carefully explored. Finally, after several days of exploration, he found a strange place. In the extreme cold north of the Black Swamp Camp, there was a mountain peak that snowed all year round. The heavenly energy at the peak of the mountain was extremely dense. Let's go. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void, heading toward the mountain peak. The extreme cold was covered in white snow. A towering mountain peak stood on this ice plain, covered in snow, and the scenery was very beautiful. This place was desolate, and no one would come here on a normal day. However, today, 3 groups of people came here one after another. Thump thump thump. This was the 4th group, and there were a total of 5 ancient gods. Third brother, is the information accurate? A burly ancient god wearing a straw hat looked around and asked doubtfully. That's right. How can there be a heavenly Tao treasure in this damned place of ice and snow? Another person complained. Obviously, they didn't want to waste time here. What do you know? The ancient god called Third Brother said solemnly, I heard from ancient god Pan Shin that the heavenly Tao treasure that appeared this time is one of the 3 strongest ancestral eyes of ancient Saint Primal Chaos, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Heavenly Tao ancestral eye? The others had never heard of it. Heavenly Tao ancestral eye is one of the 3 strongest ancestral eyes of ancient Saint Primal Chaos. It is said that as long as one obtains it, the speed of absorbing heavenly energy will increase exponentially, and it can release a heavenly Tao cage that is completely condensed from heavenly energy. We have been stuck at the peak of the void ancient realm for so long. If we can obtain this treasure, not only will we be able to reach the limit of the void ancient realm, we might even be able to enter the star ancient realm and become a peerless expert. Hearing Third Brother's words, the other ancient gods were also very tempted. Third Brother, is what you said true? That's right. If the information is true, why aren't those star ancient realm experts here to snatch it? How do you know that the star ancient realm experts aren't here? Maybe they have already been here and are just hiding in the dark, so we can't find them. Third Brother scolded. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. The group quickly disappeared from the vast plains. Buzz. The void distorted, and a ripple appeared. Fang Chen walked out from it. It really is the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He could feel a faint attraction from the evil ancestral eye and the lightning ancestral eye. It was very likely that it came from the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. If the 3 ancestral eyes were to merge, his strength would definitely skyrocket. However, since this news has spread in the Black Lock camp, there will definitely be star ancient realm experts coming to fight for it. It's better to be careful. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he was currently invincible in the void ancient realm, he still couldn't fight back in the face of star ancient realm experts. Moreover, This was the Black Lock Camp's territory. Every alien race from the Black Lock Camp dreamed of killing him. I can't expose myself. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he used the spacetime escape technique to completely merge with the spacetime and moved forward silently. In the snow-covered sky, there were 5-star ancient realm cultivators, all of them looking down. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye has appeared. This is our chance. One of the star ancient gods said. I didn't expect that one of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes of the ancient Saint Chaos, the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, would appear in our camp. If I can get it, I will definitely refine it into an offensive supreme treasure. The other ancient gods nodded. Humph, a mere void ancient realm expert wants to get his hands on such a supreme treasure. Fighting and snatching, isn't it all for naught in the end? What a joke.